All right, we're gonna try and do this with hopefully no echo. Let me know how you guys are hearing me. This is Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzma here. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for portions of central western Michigan. This is not the cell that's coming off the lake right now. Again, let me know how I'm sounding on your end, and we'll get started here. For those who are watching on YouTube, Facebook, welcome in everyone. No echo, perfect. All right. So, severe thunderstorm warning in effect just came in just now here from the National Weather Service office in Grand Rapids. This is heading up towards the National Weather Service Gaylord jurisdiction area. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Mason and Lake County. I'm going to go ahead and read the full text here. In the orange box you see on your screen, this is north of Grand Rapids, south of Cadillac. So, severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 10:45 for northern Osceola, all of Lake County, and east central Mason County in west central Michigan. At 9:55 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located 9 miles northwest of Baldwin, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Hazards with these storms are 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. This is radar indicated. Expect hail damage to vehicles and wind damage to roof siding and trees. This will include cities such as, there's a lot of them here in this orange box you see on your screen, Baldwin, Wolf Lake, Idlewild, Ashton, Irons, Sunrise Lake, Bristol, Sauble Lakes, Leroy, Tustin, Marion and Rose Lake, Dighton, Luther, Highland, Walhalla, Nirvana, and Big Star Lake. Large hail and damaging winds and continuous cloud-to-ground lightning is occurring with the storm. Move indoors immediately. They also mention in the warning text, lightning is one of nature's leading killers. Obviously, you do not want to be outside. A lot of cloud-to-ground lightning is happening out there this evening. So again, this severe thunderstorm warning is located in west central Michigan, up near Cadillac. Zooming out at the big picture right now, you can see no storms anywhere in southern Michigan right now. A couple showers starting to form along the cold front, and we'll keep an eye on as the evening goes on. But right now, the severe weather right now is confined to the US 10 corridor up here near Baldwin. So, looking at our radar right now, you can see this is your base reflectivity. So this is the intensity of your rain showers. Anywhere you see the reds and pinks is going to be your heaviest of raindrops, and usually in pink is where we start to see some of that hail. We're also seeing, even though it is really far away from the radar site here, some black pixels on radar, which is values of 70 dBz. That's pretty heavy rain, if not hail. And if we switch it over to CC here, you can kind of confirm that that's actually falling as hail. Switch to VIL product as well, vertically integrated liquid. We can also switch to the KDP radar. You see some of those gray pixels in there. That also is indicative of some large hail ongoing. So we call this a third body scatter spike. The hail is so large, getting tumbled around in the updraft, that the radar beam is reflecting down and away instead of shooting straight back to the radar site. And so that's causing these blue scatter spikes off the backside of this storm. So this is right in the vicinity of where Cody, our Chaser Partner Network, is spending the night up there. So we might have a view from him soon. We'll see. And we're also, again, watching this storm perhaps producing hail as well as it rolls towards downtown Ludington and Scottville here in western Mason County. So two storms right now we're keeping an eye on here in west central Michigan. But these storms are racing off to the northeast at a relatively good clip, kind of along that warm front as mentioned in our radar update earlier this evening. 55 miles per hour off to the northeast. So, okay, good clip. No storms down here in West Michigan. No storms other than a couple showers just hanging around Detroit. Most of the action right now up here in central Michigan. So hopefully that, for those who are watching in southern Michigan, put your mind at ease. We're not really expecting anything in terms of severe weather at all, honestly, especially south of 94 tonight. But again, we'll keep an eye on it just in case something does pop up later this evening into the overnight hours. We do expect all of the storm action to be done for the entire state by 3 to 4 a.m. So.
Test 1, 2.
Hi, Ryan.
Perfect.
I'll bring you in.
We have Cody up there chasing for us. I want to check his stream there occasionally to see if we have his feed.
Yeah, so this is quite the hailer going on up there. We expected this with with the atmospheric profiles we have out there today. We have even this triangle here on the screen, which is basically an AI-generated image icon where it uses the radar data at hand to kind of give you a rough estimate of what's actually happening at this location. So it's not actually what's happening, but it is a good indicator of what could be happening. That latest scan, actually, Ryan, it puts down quite the significant spot there of dark blacks and grays. That indicator
Right over
that
the
you
town
see,
of Peacock. Sorry, go ahead.
that indicator that you see here, right over 5 Mile Road and Jenks Road, also along Timber Drive, is a 2-inch indicator there. So that could be some very large to significant hail falling in this location. Again, the warning is in effect for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. But if you are living anywhere along this M37 corridor, especially extremely close to Luther, and eventually heading up towards Cadillac and Harrietta here in southern Wexford County, you guys want to be on alert for some large hail and perhaps 60-mile-per-hour winds. We'll switch it over to base velocity here to kind of see what the winds are looking like. Again, with it being so far away from radar, it's going to be kind of tough to tell. The radar site is down here in Grand Rapids, so the beam height at this location in northern Lake County is 7,500 feet off the ground. So we don't know what's actually happening below 7,500 feet. So if you live in this area, number one priority right now is taking shelter. This could also introduce some wind-driven hail, again 55-mile-per-hour movement with 1-inch to maybe even 2-inch diameter hail. That will blow sideways through windows, so you want to be away from any windows if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning. So keep that in
I will
mind.
say as well, this is moving directly toward Cadillac if it holds together. So if you live in Cadillac or around it, be aware next about 20 minutes or so, this storm is heading directly towards you.
Mm-hmm.
There's no warning for Cadillac yet, but there could be one issued very soon for hail.
We're also in contact again with Cody behind the scenes here, just making sure that he's all right, and possibly in a position to go check out some of the damage if this is producing some large hail. And this is right over M37 right now, so it's quite a main north-south road through Lake County, north of Baldwin here. Ryan, if you want to go ahead and post a post on Facebook and or X about these storms, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, I got you. Cody is on.
He's on. I don't have his cam yet. What you're seeing on radar here is your base reflectivity radar, so the intensity of the rain. Blues and greens, lighter rain, reds, pinks, even the blacks that you see here is going to be your very, very heavy droplets, even some small to large hail. The only way we can confirm that, again, is to switch over to CC radar. You can see anywhere you see those greens and yellows and even blues on radar, that is indicative of some hail that's being tumbled around. Correlation coefficient radar basically tells you how uniform an object is that's in the atmosphere. So if you see all these reds and pinks on your screen here, that is raindrops because they're all circular. Hail is obviously very jagged and spiked in nature, so the closer to the blues, the more jagged and larger those hailstones will likely be. So you can also see there is somewhat of a hail core in the storm that is heading towards Ludington, also north of Ludington up US 31 towards Manistee and perhaps even Onekama and Wellston in the minutes to come. So I know Onekama had a hailstorm last year as well, so it's kind of perhaps a repeat of what could be coming here. But again, the main storm right now is going to be in northern Lake County, heading into northern Osceola County and eventually southern Wexford County in the next 5 to 10 minutes here as these storms race off again to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. Go ahead and zoom in and pause it right now. New update has come in. The largest hail that we see right now is going to be right over M37, between 11 miles. So these are all going to be mile roads here. So between 11 mile down to old M63 or 5 mile. So that stretch between 5 mile and 11 mile in northern Lake County along and around the M37 corridor is going to be your spot where some large hail is falling. And we even see some of these pinks start to extend over towards Luther as well. So anywhere along that 5 mile road area, the north-south road of Twin Creek Road. You also have Foreman Road, Maryville Road, and over here on the west side of the storm, James Road, and perhaps even NFS Road 8370. So all those roads I mentioned there are underneath this potential hail core that's falling across the area. So again, main hazard with this storm is going to be some large to significant hail, 1 to 2 inches in diameter, and 60 mile per hour winds. I see that the warning was updated. They're still
They did update it. They canceled Mason County and then Osceola. Sorry, they canceled Mason, continued Lake and Osceola.
Yeah, that makes sense. When they issued it, it was pretty much already out of Mason County, so it was only there for a brief period. Again, these storms are racing off to the northeast, so I'm assuming we'll see a warning here pop up for Wexford County very soon.
Wexford and perhaps parts of western Missaukee County.
Yeah. Also looking at the storm off to the west here, it looks like there's a little bit of a bowing segment on it, so this could be more of a damaging wind risk than anything. So if you're in Ludington right now, let us know what you're seeing. If you are watching from Ludington, it looks like it could be some gusty winds moving in, likely sub-severe at the current time. But again, with the radar being so far away, it's really tough to tell without some ground truth. So,
all right, we are now golf ball size hail. We're considerable operations.
Considerable?
Yes, updated warning says golf ball size hail possible for Luther, Leroy, Tustin, Michigan until 10:45. This storm will contain golf ball size hail.
Wow. Yep, it just popped up on the bottom of the screen there. The tag has switched to considerable severe, Lake and Osceola, and there is the red outline around the orange box. So considerable severe thunderstorm warning is a level 2 severe thunderstorm warning. We have 3 levels of a severe thunderstorm warning here. It was under a level 1 severe thunderstorm warning, now under a level 2. Level 3 is reserved for, I believe, 2-inch hail or larger, if I recall correctly, or 2.25 inch. This is 1.75 inch hail, likely ongoing across portions of northern Lake County as we speak right now. And there is our new severe thunderstorm warning popping up at the bottom of the screen for Wexford until 11 for 1-inch hail and 60 mile per hour winds. So that orange box will pop on here. This is going to be in effect for probably Harrietta, Cadillac, Lake City. Well, if it's just Wexford, it won't be Lake City, McBain, but the storm's heading your way, so you definitely want to be on alert if you're living in those locations. And there it is. So that new orange box has popped on your screen here. National Weather Service in Gaylord has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southern Wexford County until 11 p.m. At 10:10, a severe thunderstorm is located near Luther, as you see on your radar there, or 13 miles north of Baldwin, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. 60 mile per hour winds and quarter-size hail is the warning text to this. Take note that just across the border there, again, that's 1.75 inch hail. So a little bit of a discrepancy in terms of hail size ongoing for both National Weather Service offices here. It's radar indicated, and these storms, again, are moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Additionally, 60 mile per hour winds are possible. The storm will be near Hoxeyville around 10:15, Mitchell State Park, Boone, and Cadillac around 10:20. So if you know anyone in the Wexford, Missaukee County regions, this entire M115 corridor, pretty much southeast of Mesick, I believe is how you pronounce it, down towards Marion, is all under the gun for the 6 mile per hour winds and perhaps 1.75 inch diameter hail. So this is along the warm front. So a lot more rigorous uplift or just lifting mechanism going on out there. We have to watch the cold front later tonight, but again, most of this action is going to be along the warm front here in west central Michigan and over towards central Michigan perhaps as the night goes on. So again, you do want to be taking shelter away from any windows, especially on the south and west side of your house. Again, this is going to be wind-driven hail, especially with storm motions at 55. It would be like chucking baseballs or golf balls at the side of your window. So you do definitely want to be taking shelter on an interior room for sure, I would have to say. So this is going to be rolling again into Cadillac around 10:20. So you have about 5 minutes, maybe 10, if you're lucky there, in Cadillac to prepare for this considerable severe thunderstorm warning at the current time.
Do we have Cody stream with us?
Let's see. Go ahead and try and reload his camera.
He says he's not live. Okay, never mind.
Okay.
He was, but he's not anymore.
Okay. For those just tuning in, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning actually popping in right now. These severe thunderstorm warnings are in west central Michigan, so they're north of Grand Rapids, very far north of Lansing, not even anywhere close to southern Michigan right now. So if you're watching from southeast Michigan, you can breathe easily. This is not anywhere near you right now. We're going to have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in right now for Mason County that I will read off the details as soon as the box pops up. But this is going to be pretty much downtown Ludington and free soil. And there it is. So this orange box you see on your screen is the new severe thunderstorm warning. National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued this severe thunderstorm warning until 11 p.m. for Mason County. At 10:13, severe thunderstorm was located over downtown Ludington, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour, along with those storms off to the east. Hazard, 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail, so that's a 1-inch diameter hail. It's radar indicated. Expect hail damage to vehicles and wind damage to roof, siding, and trees. This will be near Hamlin Lake, Walhalla, Fountain, Free Soil, Ludington State Park, Ludington itself, Custer, and Scottville, all before 11 o'clock. So keep that in mind. Another thing with all these severe thunderstorms right now, there's no tornadoes possible. Main hazard is going to be your large, perhaps significant hail. So this new warning in effect for Ludington, Scottville, Free Soil, Fountain, Walhalla, here along the US 10 corridor and the US 31 corridor, just south of Manistee at the current time. And if you're living in Manistee County itself, so Manistee, Wellston, Onekama, the name kind of leaves me there. I think it's Calava, maybe, for Manistee County. I've been up there before, and I remember hearing it. I just kind of forgot. But yeah, if you're living in southern Manistee County, you do want to be on alert for these severe thunderstorms as they move northeast. So anywhere you see an orange box or an orange box with a red line, that is the actual severe thunderstorm warning itself. So you want to be respecting the polygon. If you live inside and know you live inside any of these orange boxes, you should be taking shelter immediately away from any windows so you do not get hurt by perhaps some broken glass. A lot of people talking about free soil in here. Fact about free soil real quick is I believe free soil is the town that broke the single day precipitation record, and I think it was back in 2015 if I recall correctly. It had about 9 or 10 inches of rain in one day. So it was a very heavy rain event where you had storms kind of just kind of similar to, well, not too similar, but we had a warm front that kind of stalled across the US 10 corridor on that day, and storms are just continuously rolled down the US 10 corridor, and so free soil got 9 to 10 inches of rain that day. So fun fact there. This is quite the copious amount of pinks that we're seeing on radar here. Switching it over to our CC, and there you go, Ryan. All those blues and greens.
That right now. Yep. Looks like GR2 radar indicating hail is a little bit smaller than what it was off the latest scan, but still quite significant. Still ongoing here. That warning continues for golf ball size hail for Northern Lake and northwestern Osceola. And then for Wexford County, as the storm moves north, they did go ahead and issue a warning for quarter size hail. We'll see if they update that, as there is a jurisdiction. Wexford County is NWS Gaylord, whereas Lake and Osceola is NWS Grand Rapids. So we'll see if they up that if we have some confirmation of larger hail falling in this location.
If you do have any hail reports, do not submit them to us until it is safe to do so. You definitely want to be submitting them directly to the National Weather Service office, though. If you live in Mason County, Lake County, and Osceola County, that is going to be the National Weather Service Grand Rapids. You can find them on Facebook or X. If you live in Manistee, Wexford, Missaukee County, that is the Gaylord jurisdiction. And again, you can find them on X or Facebook as well at NWS Gaylord. Submitting those reports to them in a timely manner is key. Make sure you do submit them in a timely fashion with exact location if possible and time it happens. So when you do submit hail reports as well, make sure you are using something that we can accurately measure with. If you use like a hand, for example, everyone's hand is a different size, so it's hard to tell how round in diameter or across in diameter that hailstone is. So we do recommend like a ruler or any sort of coin that you might have on you if you're measuring hail this evening.
The VIL off the Mason County cell also is starting to intrigue me, moving up toward the free soil area. Looks like that's really, oh, you took my life, cool. That's really catching my eye here as it moves to the northeast here. So we'll see if they decide to up this warning for larger hail or if it's going to ride this one out too.
Wow.
Yep.
It's quite the spike there.
Yeah, that's what caught my eye originally with that. And looking at GR2, it's actually showing larger hail than the one entering up toward Cadillac right now. So we'll see. If you guys have any hail reports, as Joel just mentioned, if you're safe to do so, feel free to report that to the NWS. If you're in Mason County, that would be Grand Rapids. If you live in Manistee or Wexford County, that would be Gaylord. You can also send them into us. We have a group designated for you guys called Michigan Weather Reports. That group is designed for you guys to drop your storm reports, including hail, into. So again, that's a group on Facebook called Michigan Weather Reports. We would prefer you guys to drop those reports in that group.
I'm going to go ahead and go full on green screen here. Actually, I'm going to take your cam so you can control it here.
You guys want to say, I want to take mine, I can submit what you want.
So if you want to switch it to CC radar here real quick, Ryan, go ahead.
Yep.
So what we're looking at on radar here is anywhere we see the reds and the pinks, as I mentioned here. If you guys missed it so far, I was talking about correlation coefficient being the uniform versus non-uniform objects in the atmosphere. So right now, all of this out here were the reds, and sometimes, I know your color table is a little different, Ryan, but it looks like it's gray, correctly? Is this correct? Is this gray here?
Yeah, it's kind of like a grayish pink color.
Okay. So this gray and this red is all uniform objects. So it's all precipitation that is circular in nature, so it's raindrops. Sometimes if it's melted snow, anything that's circular like that. If you get here, where you see this nice area of blues and greens on radar, that is going to be your non-uniform objects tumbling around the atmosphere. We use this correlation coefficient radar, for those who know, for debris tracking, because obviously debris is not circular in nature unless you're lofting basketballs, for example. But that is going to be things that are jagged in nature, so hail obviously is not usually round. If so, it has still some spiky edges on it. And that's what we're seeing tumbling around in those upper levels of the atmosphere right now, anywhere where you see these blues and greens. And then if you zoom back off to the right here, we did have, I believe, some blues and greens if you want to loop it with that storm up north. Yeah, right down here. That was especially close to Peacock and just north of Luther there. And again, as I moved off to the north, again, it's getting a little further away from the Grand Rapids radar, so I'm not sure if it still shows up on the Gaylord radar if you want to switch over there. I see a severe thunderstorm warnings coming in right now.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. So that was recent. That was a couple minutes ago, and you can see as it moves off to the northeast here, it's not really showing up anymore. But you can see a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in up here on the top of the screen for Manistee County. Ryan, go ahead and read off the details.
Yep, it's going to be quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds here in effect for 38 minutes. Puts us at 11 p.m. Eastern on the dot for expiration time. That's going to be for the south and east part of Manistee County. Does not include Bear Lake, Onekama, or Pleasanton, or Kokomish. It does include Marilla, Kaliva, butchering some of these names, I'm sure, Stronick, Manistee itself, Wellston, Dublin, and Brethren areas. That's going to be, again, to 11 p.m., large hail to quarter size, as well as 60-mile-per-hour winds. But I would suggest that the main threat with this storm, or both these storms currently, is the hail risk. But still, we can get a lot of wind to happen with this as well. We have a lot of downburst potential with hail cores. So I think right now it's mainly a hail risk, but don't be shocked if you have some gustier winds in here too.
I also noticed there's some storms starting to kind of fire up near Roscommon there, south of Otsego County, Crawford County, Roscommon County. So we'll keep an eye on those. Those are a little bit further north of the warm front right now, so they're not really latching on and getting that extra oomph. But, things can change real quick, and we'll be tracking it as needed.
Yep.
So we're up to 4 different severe thunderstorm warnings out there right now.
I'm going to grab that graphic real quick.
Yep, go for it.
I don't have a graphic. Never mind. For some reason, the Gaylord NWS does not have automated graphics being posted today. Grand Rapids has canceled the warning for Lake and Osceola counties.
Perfect.
So that storm has moved off into Wexford. And there goes that yellow box. That's Joel's radar, but it just disappeared off my screen.
Yeah.
So we have 3 warnings now in effect here. One for southern Wexford, to be exact, the southeast part of Wexford County. We have the southeast part of Manistee County and the northern part of Mason County. So far, I do not have any outages coming in to Consumer Energy outage map, so that's good news. So that's one indicator that wind is likely not a factor at this point in time. I don't see a single outage in this area.
That's good.
Let's cross our fingers and hope that trend continues.
Still a lot of blues and greens showing up in both locations for both of these storms. If you're in Manistee, you don't have too much time here. You've probably about 10 minutes at most. So Manistee over to Wellston there along the M55 corridor. You guys have about 5 to 10 minutes, as mentioned, for the hail to impact you. We actually have a new cell starting to form with a little bit more of a pinks and a couple of black pixels in there. Directly over Luther once again, heading towards Tustin and Leroy along US 131 here, I believe. Yeah, it's 131. So 3 different cells here with a lot of pinks going on radar. So prepare for 1-inch hail as your main threat. 60-mile-per-hour winds could mix in. As Ryan mentioned, some of those hailstones come down rather quickly, turn into some intense downdrafts spreading out from beneath the storm. This storm up here in Wexford County is now entering Cadillac. If you are in Cadillac, your time to shelter was minutes ago. Make sure you are, again, away from windows. Cover your eyes. Make sure, if you are close to windows, obviously cover your eyes. But again, interior room, lowest floor, just to be safe. Then sorry here. And we have Cody that's just, he's in the middle of all 3 right now. We'll see if, do we have a shot from him right now? We do, actually.
Refresh that and see if it updates. Crossing my fingers, it does.
Oh, yep, there we go.
Perfect. Let's just sit and watch Cody. Probably should get some good lightning out of that. Had to imagine.
There's some right there.
For those of you in chat, how is my audio tonight? Is it better than it was this morning? Let me know.
Our Twitch viewers say better. That just goes to show you how quick the delay is, or how minimal the delay is on Twitch, because they're always the first to respond. Again, if you'd like to follow us on Twitch, our username is MIStormchasers. Lowest delay, it's about 5 seconds. If you're watching on YouTube and Facebook, it's probably more like 15 to 20 seconds. Finally, some representation, absolutely. We love our Twitch viewers. Okay, current time is 10:27, so make sure your time matches up what you're seeing on our screen here. Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzman alongside Ryan, covering some hailers across the state right now in west central Michigan, up there near Manistee, Ludington, Cadillac, Luther, and Leroy, just to name a few cities affected. Switch it back to our radar real quick. These storms are moving off to the northeast at 55 miles per hour, impacting primarily right now in extreme northern Mason, southern Manistee. This cell that's not warned is impacting portions of eastern Lake and western Osceola. And then the first thunderstorm that got warned is now in southeastern Wexford County. This is heading towards Missaukee County right now in the coming minutes. I would not be surprised if they do issue another warning downstream for Lake City, McBain areas here along M66 and M55. Switch it back to Cody here. Okay, Cody is out there right now along 10.5 mile, I believe. Pretty close to that region. And he is facing west. So he is facing that storm that is rolling into free soil right now. And it looks like he might get skipped just barely by that storm, which is probably a good thing, because if there's some large hail falling in there, that would cause some damage to his vehicle, perhaps.
I will also, while we watch Cody's stream here, point out that we do have additional cells firing by the Ross Common area. Joel mentioned that a few minutes ago. None of those hail cores on those storms or any of those severity or the intensity do not appear to be as strong as the ones that are currently warned. We'll keep an eye on those, but for right now, they look to me pretty much non-severe, if not dropping pea-size hail at best.
Yeah. His stream's not frozen, is it? I just haven't seen much changing. I'll reload it here. Oh, he is driving. Oh,
perfect.
I know he's having some connections issues out there in the wilderness of Lake County, but he is now heading south, it appears, at least on our radar. We're going to have to switch back and hope he gets reconnected.
Go ahead and take my radar for a minute.
Yep.
I want to point out we have a hail core about to impact the Manistee and Stronach area. I'm hoping I pronounced that correctly. This is going to be potentially large hail entering the town of Manistee, as well as Stronach, moving up along US 31 here up toward Onekama. This should skip Onekama to the south and or east, but it's going to be a close call. If you guys don't see it, it's up here. I'll circle it. There's Onekama. This is moving pretty much right toward Kaliva. So first, let's go ahead and get through Manistee, Oak Hill, Stronach area, Udell, M55, 591. Zooming way in here, this is basically in Manistee right now. So probably a lot of heavy rain, probably some larger hail falling there, a lot of lightning. So make sure you're away from windows if you live in the Manistee area as that storm moves your direction. Also over toward Cadillac, switch over to radar here to the Gaylord radar. We do have the heart of that storm that did prompt a severe warning and then is severe warning currently is pretty much over downtown Cadillac. Looks like the worst of it is to the west, though, over here toward Millersville on 115 here, heading toward Missaukee Junction and the Herring area. And also further south here, we have additional cells popping up down here toward Ludington. Those don't appear to be severe. This one, though, over here between Peacock and Tustin, no severe on that, but it does appear to have at least some hail potential. Switch over here to the VIL. Nothing here that screams severe, but it would concern me for at least some small to medium-sized hail falling. And that's tracking again up toward Cadillac as well, but currently located in the northern part of Lake County and Osceola counties.
Yeah, that's going to be heading right over 131 here soon as well. We'll say that I'm looking at the power outage map right now. There's not a whole lot ongoing out there. A couple tiny outages coming in right now, though. One in extreme southeastern Missaukee County, kind of away from all these severe thunderstorms as well. There's a power outage at the intersection of 155 and M55 there in the west side of Cadillac. And then over towards Ludington and Scottville, a couple power outages along US 31, as well as in kind of the downtown area of Ludington itself. So these are all very small outages, but it goes to show you that there could be perhaps some tree branches getting knocked down from some of the hail, or if not the hail doing it, then you could have some 60-mile-per-hour winds doing that instead. So something to remember, that larger hail can bring down branches, especially if it's being accelerated by those 55-mile-per-hour winds as those storms move off to the northeast at that speed listed. Yep. see webcam is mentioned in chat here. We are looking actively for some webcams around the state. So I think, Ryan, if you want to elaborate more on that, I think we are looking for some locations up here in this part of the state.
Yeah, we do have a couple locations planned up in that Cadillac general area. But if you have a business or if you live in a residence with good views, we're looking for sponsors for these weather cameras. Get in touch. We have actually a form on our website. If you go there and you click on, I believe it's actually on the homepage, scroll down to the Guardian Skycam. You should see a form or a link to fill out. It'll take you to a form to fill out a bunch of information. Feel free to do that.
Mm-hmm. I see there's a pronunciation of that one city in Manistee County. It appears to be
Stronic.
Calova, KAL-UH-VA. Calova. Hopefully that's right. See, the severe thunderstorm warning has been trimmed for portions of Wexford County. So areas near Boone, south of Boone, along the M55 corridor west of Cadillac are no longer in that severe thunderstorm warning. But do take note, you still have thunderstorms around that could be producing some large hail as well that is just at or below severe limits, especially with the cell, as Ryan mentioned, near Tustin, Leroy, and Luther right now. You also have another cell starting to pop up here to the northeast of Scottville. That is heading directly for Cody, which I will try and see if he has his cam back. We do not have his cam back. Okay. Ava and Stronic is Stronic. STRAH-NIC. Appreciate you guys. We are born and raised Michiganders, but some of these cities, we haven't visited these locations, so to speak. So those names are a little bit more rare to hear. So we do appreciate the corrections on occasion here. So appreciate you guys. But this is Manistee, Wexford County. The severe thunderstorm warning for on top of the one that was canceled for Lake and Osceola, the one in Mason County has been canceled as well. This is primarily now a threat to Manistee and Wexford County. I would go ahead and say even western Missaukee County at this point. There's no warning in effect, but the hazard is now spilling over towards Lake City along M66 here. Some of these storms can keep their current track, actually. They would track towards Traverse City, so feel free to share the stream with anyone that lives in Grand Traverse County in general and perhaps Kalkaska County downstream. But as these storms move further north, they're going to become more elevated. Not saying that they'll die off completely, but the threat will start to diminish as we get later in the night and these storms travel a little bit further north. Calava and Stronic. I gotta just start saying it 17 times over again. Stronic, 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 Stronic. Is the soil in free soil free? You can ask them. Is anybody actually watching from free soil tonight? Curious to see. If so, you can answer some of the questions about free soil in chat. So the severe thunderstorm warnings are level 1 severe thunderstorm warnings at the current time. No longer considerable, but still 1-inch hail possible. They actually went ahead and trimmed Wellston from the severe thunderstorm warning, Ryan, in Manistee County, as this storm actually appears to be taking more of a left split off to almost the direct north. So Onekama, Calava, Thompsonville, and Bear Lake downstream here, as this heads towards Benzie and Grand Traverse County here in extreme northwestern lower Michigan. First number 1 cell moving into Lake City as we speak. Looking at CC again, we're going to see if there's any blues and greens kind of popping up, and there are a little bit. We'll switch over to the Gaylord radar here real quick as this storm now gets even further away from the Grand Rapids radar site. Yeah, there's a little bit of light oranges and yellows in here, so it's likely that hail size is a little bit lower. Ryan, what is this little community right here? It doesn't pop up on my radar. It's just to the west of Lake City. It's directly over it right now. Do you have a name on it?
Jennings.
Got it. Okay, so that hail core right now is directly over Jennings. My radar software only shows some of the larger towns and cities, so some of the smaller towns don't pop up, so I do have to kind of refer to Ryan's radar Omega. It seems like we do have a lot of West Central Michigan viewers in tonight. Welcome in. If this is your first time here, feel free to follow along. We'll be doing this all summer long, all year long, 24/7, 365 days a year. Anytime there is severe thunderstorms or tornado warnings happening in the state. Looking over at our storms now further inland towards Roscommon. A lot more pink starting to pop up here, Ryan. I could see some more pea-sized hail reports coming in here. Along that, I believe that's M72 region. So just to the east of Grayling between Mayo, right? Mayo and Grayling.
Yeah, the VIL on the cell just to the north and west of Roscommon is picking up a little bit more, perhaps, of larger size hail. No warning, no statement on it yet, but it'll be one to watch.
On this radar, for those who are unaware, this is our base reflectivity radar. I will mention again that the greens and blues are your lighter rain, yellows, reds, pinks can be your moderate to heavy rain. When we see those pinks, we also have to kind of look at our other radar products to see if those pinks are actually turning up as hail, if it's just extremely heavy rain. Looking at our CC, we're looking for more of the yellows and green specks in here. We're not seeing too much. Vertically integrated liquid product, also very, very low. We still have our borderline 1-inch hailer over Lake City and Jennings right now. But these storms again over here in Roscommon, north of St. Helen, are sub-severe. It's also tough because these storms are so far away from the radar site, so we do appreciate the ground truth for anything. In fact, VIL is picking up on the storm over Tustin being the strongest right now in terms of perhaps some large hail. So McBain, Cadillac, prepare for round 2, I guess you could say, as this thunderstorm moves up in your direction. Hail core right now in Manistee County, traveling right up 31, crossing over M22 right now, that historic stretch there of M22 heading into Onekama. Passed over M55 already, so majority of this is north of M55, directly over, if I can zoom in here, it's going to be Gutenthart Road, probably pronounced that wrong, Becker Road, River Road, and that turns into, eventually, Old River Road. So all those locations up here. We also have Fisk Road in west central Manistee County affected by this as well. I will say that there's another town I'm going to need you to clarify for me here south of Cal Ava, north of Wellston, in Manistee County, because I don't have it on mine. So Manistee County, kind of the east side of Manistee County there.
Marilla?
It's Brethren appears. South of Cal Ava.
Yeah, Brethren.
Yeah. A couple reports in chat here saying 1.5-inch diameter hail, irons 1020. Do appreciate that. If you have pictures, send them to us.
Already got them.
Already got them. Perfect. On top of the game. Thank you for that. I'm sure Ryan's working on getting those posted behind the scenes. If you do have hail reports, you want to have them uploaded to the page, feel free to give us permission. Make sure you do add a location and a time that it happened, and of course, an accurate measurement. So a ruler or a coin next to the hail if you do have a hail report to send in. We have conflicting reports here. Is it Cal Ava or Calava? Because I see UH and I see EH every once in a while. Guys got to fight for pronunciation here. Either way, that city is next up for this thunderstorm. Currently heading into the extreme east side of Onekama right now. Kopemish up next, not in the severe thunderstorm warning, but this northward track. I see there's a comment chat here saying, as long as you don't mention Kopemish. Unfortunately, Kopemish, you guys are up next within the next 10 to 15 minutes. The storm heads off to the north-northeast at 55 miles per hour. Calava. Okay. So not EH, but UH. You guys are awesome. Appreciate you. Severe thunderstorm warning canceled for Wexford County. Some decent-sized hail probably still falling in Missaukee County right now, and of course, as mentioned, northern Osceola County as these storms roll into Cadillac, McBain, rural parts of northern Missaukee County heading up towards Johnson Road, continuing up Pioneer Road, which is, I believe that's M66. That is M66. So a lot of rural areas here in northern Missaukee County heading into southern Kalkaska County. If this stays on the current track, it will be heading towards Grayling. Calava. Cool. I noticed that we do have a lot of super chats that have been kind of here and there throughout our stream tonight. We will go back and read them once we are out of severe ops. So we do appreciate you guys for your donations tonight. We appreciate you guys very much. We will read them at the end when we are, again, as mentioned, not in severe weather ops. So thank you, Crystal. I see that latest one here coming in on our stream. As you can see here, we have kind of 1, 2, 3, 4 cells in kind of a box shape. One of them is severe warned, the other 3 are not. And we have another cell actually forming off the backside, kind of along that warm front, further closer to that warm front, just to the northeast of Pentwater.
We'll say the Lake City cell has the most, or had, past tense, I see my VIL is about 9 minutes old, had the best looking hail core on it as of about 9 minutes ago. It hasn't really weakened much either, so that continues, it appears. One warning is in effect here for Manistee County. It is in effect until 11 p.m. Eastern, so 15 more minutes. This cell right here, heading up toward, butcher this, Calava?
Calava, UH.
Calava.
Yep.
Okay. It's a little bit of a triangle box here. That is the only town that I see besides Brethren and Chief Lake, Norwalk, Onekama. Oh, Onekama is close. Let me go ahead and switch the radar down here to Grand Rapids and get a better look at that. Looks like Onekama is getting missed by that to the east.
Just barely.
Yeah, I don't know, but it's close. So Onekama, looks like the worst of it is over 31 right now, heading toward Norwalk and Chief Lake. Onekama wouldn't be shocked if, okay, next scan, you guys are done. Congratulations, you're all clear from that storm at least. But hail core continues here at 598 intersection there of 599, 602. It's right in the northern edge of this warning polygon up toward Kopemish. We have no sound.
My bad. I was speaking to nobody. That's perfect. um, okay, so I guess I'll start from the beginning. We're back though. The cold front is down here in the Chicagoland area right now. Nothing, as you can see on your radar, is severe. A couple rain showers in southwest Michigan, Berrien, Van Buren, Cass County. Again, nothing severe. The winning front today is the warm front so far. The cold front has not been producing anything so far, so it kind of goes along with what we saw earlier this morning when the warm front was further south near Grand Rapids. We had that one severe thunderstorm warning with the cells kind of training along it. So the warm front's kind of been winning tonight. As these storms move further north, though, they'll lose their support as they move towards Traverse City, Gaylord, Grayling, and Kalkaska. Still, though, storms will remain elevated, and you could still see a hail risk well away from the warm front, too. There's still people saying no sound because of the delay. But yeah, my mic is back.
Hey Ryan, Joel, this is Drew here speaking. Right now I'm heading south on Interstate 196, right now towards South Haven. I'm keeping an eye on the storms by Illinois. Nothing concerning with them yet, but I'm going to be monitoring those storms as they come into southwest Michigan, so just want to give you guys an update about that.
Thank you, Drew. Ryan, you want to draw the warm front on the map? I see that's been requested in chat here.
If I gotta find it first.
I believe it's just along US 10 or maybe just north. I gotta look.
Yeah, that's pretty much where it's at.
Yeah, see where the switch from the south winds to the north winds is at. And I see it.
I'm
Yeah,
about to do a rough draw.
Yeah. It's basically right down
It actually looks like it's...
try a little bit further north. Well, it depends on, on your version of the warm front, because I look at it as your wind direction, even though the temperatures aren't as warm. You have the wind direction staying out of the south all the way up to about the Ludington area. So about there. I
believe it's all the way up to about the thumb. Yeah, maybe just a little bit further north than that. So all these storms are either just above the front or north of the front.
That southernmost cell is forming right on the front and then moving away from the front. So Hart there in central northern Oceana County. That cell that you can see just south of US 10 in northern Oceana County is going to be right on that warm front and then moving away from it. So draped across to Big Rapids, over to Mount Pleasant, over to Midland, Bay City, and then over into the thumb. Actually, it kind of droops a little bit further south when you get to the thumb as the wind direction changes there.
Cody's sending videos. I'm going to watch them real quick.
Okay. Is he live? He probably is not at this point. He is not. So we still have one severe thunderstorm warning in effect out there. This is heading into Copemish, Thompsonville region, heading for the Four Corners region of Benzie, Grand Traverse, Manistee, and Wexford. Some rural areas out here. I'm going to go ahead and switch my radar sight to Gaylord so you guys can see it a little bit better and see all the roads as well. So it's going to be traveling right down County Highway 700. Head up towards some of these lakes here, south of Lake Ann eventually. So Buckley, Mesick, also want to be watching out for the storms. This kind of bypasses you. Calova, you guys are out of it now. You guys can breathe easily. You do have another cell popping up here offshore Manistee, but nothing really pinks or hail like showing up yet. So wind-wise, let's go look at our velocity signatures here. There could be a couple pockets of some gusty winds, perhaps close to damaging here in 60 mile per hour in the between Calava and Copemish. So let us know if the winds are gusting in your location. one severe thunderstorm warning. There is a lot of strong thunderstorms happening across the region up here. You can see all of these thunderstorms with all the red and perhaps pink. You kind of see on your vertically integrated liquid product, you have a cell there, a cell there, a cell there in Rose City, here in northern Missaukee County. The main one entering McBain, and then a couple here in south of Kopemish, and then here in Luther. All of those little blue specks are some hail cores being picked up because of the atmosphere being primed and ready for that tonight. Those lapse rates out there, again, those lapse rates are changing temperature with height, are pretty steep, around 8 degrees Celsius. Again, the magic number for significant hail is usually around 7.5 degrees or larger. So we're seeing around 8 degrees Celsius in some locations, so that is leading to about 1.75 inch hail in spots. Some of these cells do look like elevated supercells, Ryan. Just a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
That makes sense given the wind profile out there this evening.
Just got one warning though for that Manistee cell. Actually, this dropped
Just
it,
got canceled.
so I stand corrected.
It'll pop off on the screen. I just saw the bar turn blue at the bottom, so it officially means it's over with. You can see on Ryan's radar there's no more warnings in effect, but strong thunderstorms do remain. We're going to stay live, I imagine, Ryan, for a little bit just to make sure these storms don't get warned again.
With the break in the action, Joel, I think we can read off some super chats now, if you don't mind.
Yeah, if you want to pull those up and go over them, feel free to do that.
I will do that.
Cool.
So, super chats. Got Red Dozer, Jared, Crystal, and Trisha. Thank you for those. Crystal asks, are any more storms for South Central, like Eaton County? The answer, Crystal, is unlikely. We may have a couple try to pop up there later overnight tonight, but the models are really depicting not much happening further south. We have Trisha back for month number 7, and we have Justin, aka Rised Against, coming back for month number 9. So those are all super chats. Members, thank you guys for supporting the team here. Appreciate every single one of you who chooses to do so. Joel, I think it is of the time that we should give some of ours. What do you think?
It's not a bad idea. I was just looking at radar here real quick before we go ahead and do that.
Go for it.
But here is your look at Southern Michigan right now. Again, there's a lot of roads in Southern Michigan. Those are all those black lines you see on your screen. But only a couple isolated showers moving through Allegan, perhaps northeastern Barry, northwestern Eaton County right now. Nothing severe ongoing, not even really any thunderstorms in general. But we are watching the cold front down here to the southwest of Chicago. These are thunderstorms that are blossoming up pretty quickly. And those will move into southwest Michigan closer to about that midnight to 1 a.m. time frame, and then quickly move across the state along that cold front. By around 4 a.m. we expect it to be out. I will say that if it does slow down, at the very latest, these will be out of the state by 6 a.m. So if any storms do develop, that's the timing for the cold front here in southern Michigan. So it could be a late night, depending on what pops up. So
I do want to highlight.
Go ahead.
Sorry. I want to highlight one cell here near the McBain area, just to the east of Cadillac. VIL on this is increasing, which is your hail tracker. So we're going to keep an eye on this cell as that moves toward the Lake City and Butterfield areas. This is going to be in Missaukee County. No warning, no statement at this time. We'll see if the one is issued if this storm continues to strengthen.
I know we had a couple people kind of scratching their heads as to why we had our slight, or I guess you'd say the medium risk on our own in-house forecast so far north, and that is simply put because of these elevated thunderstorms that you're seeing across central and northern lower tonight. The threat for hail is definitely there, especially there's a lot colder profiles that do exist up there in northern lower. So having that 15% to 25% chance of a severe hail threat within any thunderstorm that doesn't develop was needed. And right now it has verified, at least for Lake and portions of believe Manistee and Mason counties so far. So again, we'll continue to watch these storms as they roll off to the north. But as of right now, no severe thunderstorm warnings currently in effect, which is good news. But pea-sized hail is still possible in any of these storms you see currently on radar across the M115 region, US 131, US 127 region, and even closer over towards Mayo there along M33.
Yeah, that Rose City cell is what I'm tracking. This one up here, just south of Mayo.
I think it's Mayo.
I think you're right. But that has a radar indicated hail core close to dime size, so we'll keep an eye on that. Any hail reports, feel free to drop those in our group, Michigan Weather Reports. We already had a couple filter in tonight. We'll happily forward those over to the National Weather Service for you.
Yeah. If you don't have Facebook, of course, you can also join us on Discord. The link to that can be found in our chat. I'm sure the moderators will post it here shortly, but it's discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chasers. And again, we have a channel inside of the server itself that is dedicated to damage and survey reports. So any hail reports can be put in that channel. I was right. It is Mayo. M-Y-O. Yeah, for those living, again, as mentioned just about 2 minutes ago here, for those living in southern Michigan, West Michigan, that cold front still has to move through. It'll be moving through between around midnight to around 4 a.m., as late as 6 a.m. for east side of the state. It'll be through West Michigan probably by 1 to 2 a.m., at the latest 3. So there's a lot of uncertainty with the cold front as to what it could do, especially since it's after dark. A lot of our instability is going to be tanking, and the storms will be less surface space. So it's going to be more, again, of that damaging wind and perhaps some large hail risk, kind of similar to what we're seeing up here in northern and central Michigan tonight. But again, there's a lot more question marks given the timing of the overnight period here for that cold front to develop severe thunderstorms. So we'll be live as needed, as always, 24/7, 365 days a year. Our sleep schedules will start to tank here, Ryan, as we get further into the summer. I know mine.
I don't want to talk about it.
I know mine has already in the last 24 to 48 hours, but we're here covering no matter what. So do appreciate you guys. Any support, liking the stream is the best way to support what we do here at Michigan Storm Chasers. So thank you guys so much for watching so far. And if Ryan, if you want to right now, we have a brief moment, although there are a couple, I see a 1-inch hail placard popping up now in that cell heading towards Grayling. I was going to say we can give back to our members.
Yeah, there's numerous cells up here without any warnings or statement. Numerous cells popping up here. Each one has a decent looking hail core. For example, this one down here does, this one up here does, this one kind of has a small hail core up there. Got one over here by Roscom and a cell down here. So they're kind of scattered around the northern part of Michigan currently. But as of right now, which says current time 11:02 on your screen, there's not much happening in terms of severe weather at this time. But I do think the hail threat continues this evening in these storms. Just because there's no warnings doesn't mean there's no hail falling. There could still be dimes or pea size, for example. So we're going to be live here for a while and track this. And I would think it'd be a good guess, I think, to say there could be 1 or 2 more warnings tonight, at least with these storms, if not warnings and statements of some sort. But we'll be here tracking it for at least a while yet. And again, Joel talked about it about 5 or 10 minutes ago. I'll go ahead and say further south, there's minimal risk. It's going to be dependent on this cold front across the lake in Illinois, Wisconsin area. If I draw it on your screen here, you're going to see this is about the cold front location.
Yep.
This is going to move into the state. And the big question is, are storms going to fire up? Most models seem to think that the answer is no. We do have a couple models saying we're going to have a storm or 2 fire up somewhere along the US 131 corridor. But overall, the knowledge that we have says that, hey, we have a cold front, we have a weakly unstable environment on the surface, we have a cap in place. Odds are more so in favor of just general thunderstorms this evening further south than anything severe or big happening. So we'll watch it regardless. I know Joel and I will be up probably all night again, or close to all night. So we'll be here and we'll be tracking it. So if anything does happen to pop up and become severe further south, we'll be here live tracking it. But right now it's uncertain, but leaning more toward the unlikely category for anything strong or severe further south tonight. And with that said, Joel, I think we can gift some memberships here.
I do a little bit of a grace period to give people over to YouTube.
We'll give them 5 minutes.
Okay, so 11:09.
We'll call it 11:10 even on the dot, because why not?
Sweet. So what we're going to do now, while we have a brief moment, is we're actually going to give back to you guys. We have what are called gifted memberships to give out. We have a couple to give out every month during our live streams. We'll have, I think, 5 or 10 to give out tonight. And what those will do, basically, it gives you 30-day access to some of the functionality of what we have on our YouTube channel. So a lot of the special emojis and whatnot that you guys get for watching our streams here on YouTube. And, of course, you get loyalty badges as well. So a lot of those perks, again, is a EF0 level gifted membership. So if you want a chance at getting one of those, feel free to hit that red subscribe button over here on YouTube. It is completely free to do as long as you have an account. So
also want to highlight that we do have that official report, GR2, Joel, if you have your LSRs turned on. If you zoom into the irons area, you can see the ping pong ball size LSR drop there in irons. So to the person who gave the report to us, thank you. NWS has confirmed that report. And that is why we do what we do and have the reports page, because we see that, we send it to NWS, bam, there's a report, they know it happened. So thank you very much. And that's why reporting in that group, Michigan Weather Reports, is very, very vital to the whole process of confirming these storms are actually severe.
what weather apps do we recommend? That's going to be the FEMA app and the emergency app by the Red Cross. Emergency app is the best for weather alerts. But yeah, as Ryan mentioned, that 1.5 inch diameter hail is right there on the center of your radar along M37 there, just to the east of Irons, Michigan. Yeah, Southwest Cadillac is starting to get larger. I'm noticing that here. I'm gonna go ahead and switch over to the Grand Rapids radar real quick. Just kind of check in on it, and of course we have a range folded in the way. Oh, that's unfortunate.
We do have a new SWS being issued here momentarily at Crawford County. Crawford County for penny size hail.
So it's gonna be the storm up here in Grayling. It's gonna be this one right here.
And yeah, the VIL on that really ramped up over the past scan. Not surprised by that at all. This is going to be moving in just south of Grayling here. Actually, I'd say if you're in Grayling, head indoors. If you're outside, you shouldn't be outside 11 o'clock at night. I mean, you could be outside, let's be honest, enjoying the nice evening out there. But if you are outside, head indoors. You have some hail coming your way. And that is going to be a new SWS, so a step below a step below a warning. So it's still not severe per NWS, but it's close to it with penny size hail, the main hazard.
Red Cross app is so loud it'll scare you into the next lifetime. Yes, but it's also a good thing, so that way you're always alerted. If you're in Mason County, you're in the clear, I would say. And to an extent, Manistee County as well. Other than that tiny little cell moving up 31 right now. But we'll have the, I don't know if does your radar show it? It does, okay. Special weather statement there in that blue box.
I will say GR2 indicating 1.5 on the hail tracker there. So it's picking up some larger hailstones potentially. We'll see if they warn it, if it stays that way.
One thing I will worry about tonight, especially up here in northern Michigan, is that there is an elevated fire danger. With how much cloud-to-ground lightning there is out there and how much dead brush there is laying around, I would not be surprised if we do see perhaps a couple of issues with lightning later tonight. So be on alert for cloud-to-ground lightning. Again, with it being so dry out there, a high fire danger today. Something to keep in mind if you do live up here in northern Michigan. Something that kind of came across my mind there, Ryan, I saw data for earlier today.
Yeah, it's been a pretty with all the dead tree limbs up there now from the previous ice storm. It's going to really complicate fire season. It's already been dry up there over the past parts of northern Michigan over the past year and a half.
Yeah.
So with that fire danger, extra dead brush up there, it's not a combination. So it is getting close to 11:10 here, so we're going to gift 5 memberships initially here on YouTube at 11:10 on the dot. So feel free. This is your last chance watching on Twitch, X, or Facebook. Hop over to YouTube, hit subscribe, and have a chance to be gifted one of the memberships. Give me about 30 seconds or so to get that done. We'll get 5 more. I'm not sure we'll do them tonight or in the future. I know we probably have a couple more severe coverage streams coming up here in the month of April. It looks pretty active to end the month. So we'll probably be back here, if not soon, in the next week or two.
Yeah.
So we'll probably hold on to the last 5. Let's do 5 tonight and do 5 in the future.
Yeah, so even if you do not win one tonight, there's obviously going to be chances in the future for people to gift. Obviously, we gift you guys memberships all the time here at MSC, but some other of our YouTube members here do gift memberships themselves all the time. So something to keep in mind, it's not just us that give generously here at MSC, but some of our longtime viewers as well. So we thank you guys if you have gifted before and paying it forward. So it is now 11:10.
Yep. And there you go. We got Mickey, Nolan, Ministry, and Supergirl, as well as Cledia. Getting those gifted memberships. So congratulations, guys. Those expire automatically in 30 days. If you want to renew that and continue your membership, that is completely your decision, and it does not renew automatically, so it is on you to do. That grayling cell, to me, is looking borderline severe.
Yeah.
We have a CC supporting it. It's a very large hail core here. Moving into the grayling and points eastward. So Babbitt's Resort. What? I couldn't have called that any better. Babbitt's Resort, Wildwood, 5 corners here. Wait for the yellow box to pop on the screen here, and I'll talk about the names here. No surprise there. That was a little more so concerning looking. There you go. New warning here. They're going quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Grayling, M72, 5 corners, Babbitt's Resort, Wildwood, F32, Bucks. Levels. That is all the townships. Levels.
Yeah.
Levels. Okay. Those are all the townships and cities that I see within this warning. The text of the warning says there is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Crawford County. Until 11:45 p.m. Eastern. At 11:10 p.m. Eastern, a severe thunderstorm is located near Grayling, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Hazards are wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour and quarter-size hail. The source is radar indicated impacts. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. It'll be near Lobels around 11:20 p.m. I'm going to go and do a track on this while you have me live, Joel. I'm going to do a quick track on this. So if we go, pop that on. And of course, it's not going to work tonight, is it? Oh, it is. Cool. It's got to turn it off. There we go. Let's try that again. Grayling, 2 minutes. Bucks, 9 minutes. And Lovell's in 15 minutes. Total population, approximately just under 4,000. And that is going to be impact times there. for this severe thunderstorm. Radar indicating the hail size is just up over an inch. That is not a surprise by any means. Looking at the hail tracker, you can see it really picked up intensity here as it crossed 75 near Skyline Village. And that's going to be moving up very close right now, probably within the next 2 or 3 minutes. Babbitt's Resort, Wildwood, and Five Corners area, M72 included. Also looking at the CC, take a peek at that to get an idea of the hail size. And yeah, you can definitely tell, we talked about this probably about an hour ago or so at this point, all this typical color you see over here, all the reddish tan color, that is all uniform raindrops, nothing there out of the ordinary. You get into this hail core, those uniform colors kind of turn more so into this little mess of green, yellow, and blue dots. That's your hail core. That's your larger hail being picked up by radar. So very indicative here of some medium to at least medium to larger size hail falling out of the storm. And this is going to be moving very quickly off to the northeast into the Grayling area. Cannot forget other places across the northern part of Michigan either. Over here to the east in Oscoda, Alcona, Iosco, and Ogemaw counties, we have a couple cells with decent sized hail cores. Take a peek at the hail tracker on these. They're not, if you could compare these, they're kind of yellowish orange to these red, purples, and white color over there. It's not as strong, but it's there. So kind of some hail there in the Goodar area. Probably butchered that pronunciation. Right here on F19 as well, moving up into the Alcona County area in the next couple of minutes. Further south here in the Missaukee, Roscommon County area, we have a hail core moving up into the Butterfield area as well. So numerous storms producing hail. Only one currently is close, if not over severe size.
Cover the storm over to the west as well, heading towards Traverse City.
Yeah, I have a long, elongated looking cell moving up toward Traverse City here. Don't see, is that where Cody's at? No, that's not Cody.
That's not
Where's
Cody.
Cody at? Cody's down there.
Further south.
That is elevated, and the hail size with that doesn't appear to be anything on CC. Let's check the hail tracker on that. Yeah, not much there to write home about at this point, but still, it could be a lot of lightning, heavy rain there briefly moving up to Traverse City. So, does not appear to be concerning for severe. Thank you, Julie, for gifting 5 memberships there. Appreciate you, as well as Cindy, a member for month number 10. Thank you, Cindy, for that.
Thank you both. The radar apps that we use, Ryan is using Radar Omega. Switch it over to my screen. I'm using a software called GR2. GR2 is a one-time payment of like $250, I believe, but you get it lifetime. It's very nice for computers, especially if you have like a Windows product. You can get a bunch of different files loaded. So I have like all these road place files in here that you can see loaded on your screen, all these little black lines everywhere, all the roads. Other things, you can make it customizable to what you want. Obviously, Radar Omega has that too on Ryan's radar. We can change like the warning colors, the color tables, and whatnot. So both of these radar products are pretty good if you want something for your PC. I saw there was a comment earlier that I forgot to address about a good radar app for your phone. Something Scope. It's called Radar Scope. And that is $10 on your app store.
Yep. I'm actually running all 3 radars currently. I have Radar Scope, Omega, as well as GR2. If you want to take my video link, Joel, I'm actually live for a behind the scenes look. If these people want to see behind the scenes what we do, it's up to you if you want to take it or not. Yeah, I'm there. I'm live. It's probably on my laptop, not my phone.
I'm reloading it real quick.
Yeah, switch that over from laptop to phone.
It is on laptop.
No, my phone. Switch it. Switch. There you go. Now refresh it.
Not loading. It's okay. While we have a moment here, that severe thunderstorm warning has been trimmed already for Grayling. Grayling no longer in the severe thunderstorm warning. It's passed through, you guys. Roscommon. Actually, no, sorry. This was never trimmed in the... Was Grayling even in that severe thunderstorm warning to begin with?
Oh, they trimmed it already. Well,
Yeah.
looks to be they.
So they don't
Maybe
even
they
show
trimmed
what
that.
it was. They don't even show what it was originally on mine. I guess that's how quick it was trimmed.
No, I thought it was.
Yeah, Grayling was in that severe thunderstorm warning for sure. So
Yeah, they
Grayling,
trimmed it
Grayling has
1
been
minute
trimmed.
ago.
Roscommon has been trimmed. So it's just levels now in these forested areas south of levels. So this is next road up here is North Down River Road and Dyer Truck Trail. So a lot of probably dirt roads out here in the area. You also have Big Creek Road. So north-south roads is traveling up are Wakely Bridge Road. That road has no name. These are a lot of trails out here in the area that are for all-terrain vehicles, I believe. So a lot of these don't have names out here, but a lot of them are trails south of levels. This is heading up towards levels and eventually towards Lewiston if it stays together.
We'll say we do have cells continuing to develop in Alcona and Iosco counties. The VILs on these hail trackers are increasing every single scan. Would not be shocked to see a statement and or warning issued for these cells in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, they kind of have the same VIL readings as the one that's currently warned south of levels.
Yeah, that's what I noticed. Yeah, that cell in Crawford County continues to impress me in terms of its structure and its orientation. Very, very nice hail core on that one. As that moves up, it's going to pass, I believe, just south of levels. I would not be shocked to see an extension of this warning into Oscoda County. Perhaps even Montmorency County, too.
I am looking at velocity behind the scenes here. It looks like there's some pockets of damaging winds also happening. Some downdraft winds south of Glenny there in southern Alcona County.
Yeah, I saw that. Looks to me like the hail core is there too, so it's probably like a little bit of a downburst signature, perhaps, or something with the hail going on there. Wouldn't be shocked to get a warning on that, honestly.
Directly over M65 right now, and Webster Road. Thank you, Cindy, as well, for the $9.99 super chat. A super sticker. Appreciate you, as always.
If you want to set your vector, it's 239 at 48.
Perfect. What was 239.48. Gotcha. Okay. That's perfect.
What it says.
Yeah, the cloud tops on these are pretty tall as well, close to 40,000 feet in spots, so. latching into some of that mixed layer cape.
So that severe warning continues here for the northern and eastern part of Crawford County. It should pass to the east of Lobels, the worst of it at least should. It's going to cross over as of right now into Oscoda County. The right edge of this hail core is on the county line. This moving up to the northeast, it's going to cross over pretty quickly. So we'll see if they issue another warning here for Oscoda, perhaps even Montmorency County as well up here, or if they issue a statement instead.
So those F roads, Ryan, you see there are forest highways. So they're often gravel or dirt. Also providing access to national forest and grassland areas. So,
Gotcha.
Forest Highway 97, for example, there I believe is the way to kind of pronounce it. So, unless we're wrong, of course, and we might be wrong. So if anyone lives up in this area and can confirm that, that'd be awesome.
Gonna check on our reports page here. No new posts.
Good news tonight, again, for those who might have missed what we were saying earlier. The tornado risk is, I would say at this point, 0%, maybe 0.1% for the cold front later, but the odds of a tornado happening are basically none. So, just a hail.
We always say, Joel, it's low but never zero.
Yeah.
We have seen way too many things happen in Michigan where we're always like, yeah, it's never zero. But there's nothing tonight in the atmosphere to support tornadoes. We'll leave it at that.
There's decent amount of shear, like I said, earlier today. All ingredients of slim are on the table, but it's kind of more hard to explain this, but the winds are parallel to the front, so it's a lot less turning with height. It's a lot more speed shear with height. We'll see that primarily with those cells along the cold front later as they roll in from Chicago. So,
yeah, I can go ahead and expand on that too. If you want tornadoes, you want to see wind shear that starts at the surface out of the south. As you go up in the atmosphere, you want to start to see it turn to the west, and that's going to be what we call directional shear. It's directed in a counterclockwise rotation. No, clockwise rotation. I'm losing it, dude.
On the hodograph, yes.
On the hodograph, yes.
But everything spins counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere. So
I think Joel and I are both on like 3 hours of sleep over the past 36 hours or so. So
yeah,
we're losing. I'm losing it personally, but yeah, you just want to see those winds turn direction with height. But tonight they don't really turn. And there's also a cap in place. We have weakening instability, the fuel storms. So there's a lot of things going against the overall tornadic threat tonight.
Yeah, these storms, for example, up in northern Michigan are elevated, so not surface-based. We need surface-based storms to get a chance at a tornado. Again, that capping inversion is in place up there. So these storms are existing above the cap, essentially. And some winds and hail are mixing down to the surface. So any storms that can become surface-based along the cold front later do have a chance at a very, very brief spin-up. But again, that threat, as we mentioned, is low but not zero. I am surprised we don't have any sort of statement heading towards Harrisville at this point. It is two cells combining into one with quite some wind there.
This cell and this cell, or these three cells, you want to separate them. But yeah, I'm surprised we don't have statements at least on these.
So if you live anywhere in Alcona County, I'd be taking shelter mainly in central and eastern. So up towards Lost Lake Woods, Harrisville, Mikado, Lincoln, Black River even eventually. And then if the storm continues off to the north, Osneek will be also impacted as well as Hubbard Lake. Big north-south road in the area it's traveling up. Generically speaking, that's going to be Hubbard Lake Road itself, as well as Bean Hill Road. Trails for military, gotcha, yeah. Showers right now in western Lower Peninsula, northern part here, entering Traverse City. Not a whole lot in terms of hail, except for maybe heading towards Williamsburg and Kalkaska, as you can see there, switching over to the VIL. CC, also some blues kind of picking up there, kind of side lobish, I guess you could say. Not really inside of the storm of itself. Check the KDP radar, and that's mainly heavy rain. So could be some pea-sized hail mixing in towards Williamsburg and Kalkaska as it approaches M72 here. This will be still south of Elk Rapids for now, but eventually be heading up towards Elk Rapids and then Mansalona as it gets into Antrim County within the next probably 15 to 25 minutes. Thank you for that hail report, Madison. Where exactly did you send that to, I guess you could say? If it's in the weather reports chat, we'll go check it out. Severe thunderstorm warning still in effect here for Crawford County. This is in effect until 11:45. So we got 15 minutes left on this if they don't cancel it early. 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail, still the main hazard. It should be in levels. It says by 11:20, but it's slowed down a little bit. That projection was a little bit off. It looks to be bypassing levels just barely as it heads past to the east side of town towards Town Line Road, traveling pretty much up the county line here. That's Meridian Road. That's the main north-south road that goes up and down the state. And a lot of the trails over there. Wow, that was a big update. That's now officially in Oscoda County. So this is heading into Lewiston next. That's clear air. It's like, I was looking at that for a moment, Ryan. I'm like, what is going on there? That is all clear air. That is not hail. Switching it back there. So if you flip it between CC and your rain, you can see it's displaced from the actual rain itself. So it's still a clear spot. But Lewiston, you're up next, and then Atlanta and Montmorency County for that previously severe thunderstorm warned storm. They did trim it. It's still in effect, but I imagine this will be canceled before it expires at 11:45.
Yeah, that's actually completely into Oscoda County now, and the hail core continues to look pretty impressive. Over an inch is indicated here on GR2, but no statement, no warning in effect for Oscoda.
Now that hail core is going to be heading right up Stick Fort Road and Town Line Road. Currently crossing over Farrington Road Truck Trail. Soon to be crossing over Oak Lake Road and Hill Road. Again, all in extreme northern and rural Oscoda County to the northwest of Fairview, south of Lewiston.
I have an email coming in from a viewer about F roads. It says F roads in northeast Michigan are all paved 18 feet wide, considered main access roads by many up here.
Gotcha, which is kind of what I was seeing online. Main direct access road to the forested areas. So
thank you, Marvin, for sending it in to us. Appreciate that.
yeah, it's always fun learning stuff while we do these streams. So thank you. And I graduated with a geography degree, and I didn't even know that. So that's awesome to learn.
I'm gonna take a peek at the Harbor Beach cam. Maybe see some lightning off to the north, perhaps.
Gotcha. Thank you, Brittany, for that 99 cent super chat. If I missed it. And then Dad Squatch for becoming an EF0 member here on YouTube. Appreciate you both. So yeah, welcome to the team, Dad Squatch. Kind of an elongated hail core now directly over M72. Quickly approaching or going up Rapid City Road, Morrison Road, and heading towards this east-west road of Sealy Road. Pretty much in downtown Kalkaska right now. That could be some hail size of around half an inch. So bottom of the screen just turned blue. That means our severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled. There are no more warnings in effect. So we'll see this orange box pop off here in just a second. Sorry, I'm leaning back right now, so I'm a little bit far away from my mic. I'll get closer. It's a nice mic. And I have it turned up pretty far, so.
I want to point out we don't have any severe wind gusts being reported out of these storms. Looking at the wind gust report map, there is nada across northern Michigan.
I can say you're correct. I'm in downtown Kalkaska. Thank you for that relay of information. Just below severe criteria hail there ongoing, so not too much in the way of damage, but obviously that could change on a whim, so be careful if you're out there. Hail's the main threat. Man, this radar signature is all wonky right now. See. Thank you, Jack, for the $1 super chat. Delayed report earlier from southern Missaukee County, pea-sized hail. There's still those cells popping up and going into Missaukee County right now. Mottersville right now could see some larger hail. Actually, that core just really popped up in the last couple scans. So Mottersville heading towards Houghton Lake and Prudenville. I know it's a well-populated area of this part of the state. So central Roscommon County, western Roscommon County, Roscommon itself, be on alert for some potentially borderline severe hail on your way as this pink core kind of increases with time here. You also have cell number 2 back here heading towards McBain and Marion again. Kind of the same areas that have been hit so far tonight with some pea-sized hail over and over again. Upwards of 0.75 inch hail at some points. And then obviously we did have some 1 inch to 1.5 inch reports from earlier as well. If you do have hail reports, feel free to send them to us. If you missed the name of that group on Facebook, it's called Michigan Weather Reports. If you do not have a Facebook account, alternatively, you can send it to us via email, contact@michiganstormchasers.com, or via our Discord server, which can be found at the link discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chasers. We're also looking for reports from the Harrisville area north of Oscoda right now. There's a lot of heavy rain and perhaps some hail falling in this location of the state. No warnings, no alerts currently in effect. So when it's safe to do so, feel free to give us a report, give us a shout. If you know people that live in this area, obviously you want to share the stream with them as well. Get the word out for sure. If you don't know anyone that lives up here, a like will go a long ways as well, so make sure you like the stream whether you're watching on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, or X tonight. Helps out your Michiganders in terms of the algorithm very much. So Harrisville, you guys have probably about 2 minutes before you start seeing any sort of hail there. Otherwise, this is pretty much along that Cedar Lake Road area right now, just to the north of downtown Oscoda. You can see all the different hail cores throughout the state right now. You have one north of Kalkaska, one here in rural Oscoda County, southeast of Lewiston, a couple here south of Harrisville and Alcona and Iosco County, and then down here in extreme southeastern Missaukee County, and one heading up towards Marion in Osceola County. So 4 or 5 different hail cores out there tonight ongoing across the state. You also have a storm that's producing maybe some pea-sized hail now near Posen, directly along Eastern State Trail and Maple Lane Road here in extreme northern Alpena County. So that's going to be heading into Presque Isle County here, towards Presque Isle itself in the minutes to come. Elsewhere across the state right now, widespread rain showers up there towards the Mackinac Bridge, over Beaver Island, southern Mackinac County, and Chippewa County, set up towards Sault Ste. Marie. Cold rain ongoing across portions of the UP as well, Alger, Delta, and Menominee counties. Still have a flood advisory in effect up there in Houghton County for the Sturgeon River near Chassel. That's the only alert I see in the state right now. And then looking back down here in West Michigan, we are currently tracking this cold front as it moves into West Michigan itself. One cell starting to pop up now and head towards Ottawa County in West Michigan. So if you're living in Grand Haven, West Olive, Allendale, Ravenna, Norton Shores even, the storm is moving off to the east-northeast at a decent clip, but slower than the storms up north right now. So we'll keep an eye on these storms for any potential severe later this evening. But our main focus right now is up here in northern Michigan, where hail is the main threat.
Good news as well, there are no outages coming in from these storms. So no damaging winds are occurring.
It's good. It's just a hail threat. Considering meteorology classes, do you have any advice on where to start? Have a love for science and an understanding for math. I'll give you that basic advice right now. In terms of meteorology programs themselves, there is one main program in Michigan that's at Central Michigan University, which is where I graduated from with my meteorology degree. The University of Michigan also offers meteorology classes to an extent, but their program is kind of an offset, I think, of the geography department. So you can definitely get a full degree at Michigan as well, but an entire department dedicated to meteorology can be found at Central Michigan. Otherwise, you can look out of state as well. As a lot of smaller private colleges and other like Big Ten colleges have meteorology programs as well. So love your math, love your science, or just have an understanding for it both. I will say, like I said, have a love for the science and an understanding for the math, because you will have to take through eventually Calculus 4 to get the meteorology degree, and that is some of the make or break classes when you are going for a meteorology degree. So why are we talking about food in chat? Now I'm hungry.
Well, I'll be back, Joel. I'm hungry.
Darn it. Might need a late night Rallies DoorDash or something. We're getting back to that time of the year where we might have to DoorDash food in order to stay alive during the night. It happened last year for those who missed it.
I think that was like a 2 a.m. dash, wasn't it?
Yeah. Which here in Mount Pleasant, we only have Taco Bell, Rallies, and McDonald's. I think the 3 restaurants that are open that late. For those who are just tuning in, no special weather statements out there right now, despite the fact there could be some strong or borderline severe hail ongoing. You see all these little green triangles, and all these cells are indicators of some half-inch hail at the very least. Again, these triangles are AI generated. They're just based on the data that's given. So it's not exactly what could be happening at the surface, but more times than not, it's a good indicator of what is most likely happening. So ground truth is important on nights like tonight, especially far away from the radar site. We do appreciate those reports, whatever way you can get them to us. We will say try and keep them out of our messenger. Submit them to our group report. Again, that is Michigan Weather Reports, the group on Facebook. You can email them to us as well, contact@michiganstormchasers.com, or join our Discord server and check out the channel Damage and Survey. Dad Squatch with a $5 super chat asking, my mother and child are in Harrisville right now. Any worries out there other than hail? I would say that there is a gusty wind threat. There's a couple indications of some strong gusty winds offshore, at least of Harrisville right now, and perhaps scattered in nature near Mikado. But again, this is far away from the radar beam, so it's tough to tell what's mixing to the ground. A couple of these pixels here, Ryan, are indicating 60-mile-per-hour winds, but this is about 1.25 miles above their heads there. So
Got a person here in chat, Nicole, saying they're at or on Mikado, outside of Harrisville. Super neat lightning and heavy rain. That's it.
perfect.
So sounds like everything is good.
Yeah, it looks like this cell kind of took a right turn and just missed Harrisville. So that's good. So that's heading off into Lake Huron eventually over, if it stays alive, over into extreme northern Ontario near Owens Sound. Did the cap ever break? The cap is kind of eroding as the night goes on, especially along the cold front. We get a little bit of a moisture atmosphere. So that all being said, we're losing our instability. So a lot of our storm fuel is going away. So these storms that do fire up will be firing up because the cap is eroding. However, less severe in nature. You need some peak daytime heating, sun being out, and a lot more warm air advection. Again, as we go into the nighttime hours, we lose a lot of that warm air. Retreats back to the south. But it is still rather warm out there right now. Temperatures along I-94 in the low 70s in spots. Mid-60s, upper 60s in the Grand Rapids, I-96 region over towards Lansing. 70 degrees in Howell. We still even have low to mid-60s up here in Newaygo, Mecosta, Isabella County here, across portions of central Michigan. So it's still rather warm out there this evening. So instability is still lingering around for now, but it's not the mid to upper 70s that we saw earlier today as we get further into the nighttime hours. Mikado, okay. MICK-AH-DOE. Appreciate that, Jared. See, we're still tracking this storm here, heading for Grand Haven. No special marine warnings on that right now. And then we do have these cells down here in Chicago, right over downtown Chicago right now, that are forming along that cold front. So we'll be watching these throughout the night. We also have a lot of storms firing in northern Indiana now, too. Pulaski County, specifically, heading towards Rochester. So these storms could also head towards southern Michigan later tonight ahead of that cold front. So a lot of question marks still left to be answered as we get into the overnight hours. So stay tuned, southern Michigan residents. Again, more likely than not that the severe action tonight will be sub-severe. But again, we can't rule it out. The risk is low but not zero for pretty much every hazard. If I'm missing anything, Ryan, let me know.
Email from Marla come in, going off the F road thing. Says that the 2-track roads across the UP especially are F followed by 4 digits. It's always going to be followed by 4 digits. So thank you, Marla, for that.
Yeah. It's a little confusing because I know in some states, especially like out in the plains, for example, F dash is used for farm roads. So kind of the same thing, those low maintenance sort of roads, but in these cases they're forced access roads, so they're main paved roads, as we got the email. So thank you for those emails tonight on the fun fact about the geography lesson, I guess you could say. We do appreciate that.
We have a new statement coming out.
Oh, where at?
Otsego, Antrim, Kalkaska counties on my screen there. There we go. Hazards. Wind gusts up to 30 miles per hour and half-inch hail. So mothball size hail is the hazard. Mothball, not golf ball. Mothball.
MOTH.
There you go.
It's half-inch hail. It's pretty much tracking right down US 131 there, right, heading right towards Elba and Elmira eventually.
Some small hail appeared to go through Manistee just a little bit ago. If you're driving on 131 North Manistee and South Elmira, you may encounter some hail as this tracks northeast up 131. I'm keeping a close eye as well, not for severe weather, but the Harbor Beach cam with this cell kind of tracking kind of the east-northeast here if we're going to have any good shots of lightning there. But I think it's a little bit too far away, to be honest with you guys. So keep it right up here.
Some people don't know what a mothball actually is. So mothball, I believe, is a type of, I think, poison used to get rid of rats, I think, back in the day.
It's a repellent of some sort. I know that much.
Oh.
Mothballs are, if you think of marbles, think of like there's like small marbles, there's like medium-sized marbles and the large marbles. Think of like the medium to large size marble.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to equate this to a size, but
repels moths. There you go. And other insects.
I know people use them, I believe, in closets too. I believe it's I'm not sure of the use.
That's what I thought. Either for like mice and rats.
I do know though that the odor can be toxic to humans. Mm-hmm. So I did learn that. I've had experience with that, unfortunately. Brittany says you find them in your grandma's dresser drawer and they smell weird. That is a perfect description. I don't know, Joel, this storm, elongated storm, it interests me. It's very visually appealing, very smooth.
Mm-hmm.
Zero wind with it. Yeah, these storms are starting to pop up here north of Grand Rapids. Very, very rapidly, too. We'll see if they do anything. But still, there's nothing really concerning south of Grand Rapids yet. You have these cells by Chicago. We'll keep an eye on those.
There's a tiny little blip of perhaps gusty winds just outside of Mayo in Oscoda County up there right now. Just noticed that. Probably, actually, no, that's... Never mind. Although it is right where a storm is located, so... If I can press the right number here. There we go. Tiny little hill core, perhaps, heading towards Fairview. You have 3 training cells right here in Roscommon County over Prudenville and St. Helen. Is Houghton Lake area as well. Got to be watching out for perhaps some strong to perhaps severe hail in the minutes to come. These are all pretty powerful updrafts here, Ryan. You can see all the reds versus the blues around it. So we'll keep an eye on them. Echo tops here. Echo top regions, 35,000 feet on average. So they're building up there pretty high. But the main thing right now is a special weather statement heading towards Elmira and Gaylord. In effect until 12:30, it looks like. Moving northeast at 60 miles per hour as well, so flying down the road. Minor hail damage to vegetation is possible if there is vegetation that can be damaged out there. The storm also, by the way, heading towards Antrim, Blue Lake Township, Elmira, Bel Air, some places to name there. Gaylord as well, Jordan Township. Vanderbilt's also in that alert up here, but they're going to be kind of towards the end of it. Back to your radar here. I know you're kind of going through everything right now.
Yeah, I'm just kind of playing around with this, just checking out the cells.
Yeah.
I will say I have radar scope pulled up here, looking at the VIL hail tracker on these northern cells. Nothing really concerning up there, minus what's either on Lake Huron now, and then this one up here by the Elmira area. That's the only 2 cells that catch my eye out of everything up here. I will say these down here by the North Grand Rapids area, I'm getting an echo on my end. I'm not sure if that's me coming through on your end or...
Probably I turned my mic off.
But these cells have just popped up here in the past couple of scans. So we'll see what they do. And if you're south of Grand Rapids, you're still dry. But I would definitely keep an eye on anything forming back here. Models did not show these storms developing as of right now. So this is a little bit of a new thing to watch. I'm taking a peek at mesoanalysis too, Joel. We are capped still in the mixed layer on the surface quite heavily across Michigan. We do have about 400 joules of surface cape available, though. Still. So that's good. We have a lot of shear out there, but there's still pretty heavy capping going on. And I will say this as well, over in the Chicago area where these storms are currently at, that is the uncapped environment currently. So that would explain why these storms are actually firing up over there.
Yeah, the RAP has those storms going over the lake and kind of dying off before they even get to the West Michigan shore, Southwest Michigan shoreline.
And that would make sense too, because if they're uncapped there in Chicago, they're going to move into a capped environment. They're going to choke off. So,
yeah.
Regardless, though, it is Joel and I's job to be up watching these in case they do not. So we are in for an all-nighter, Joel. Woohoo!
I definitely need food at some point. I'm getting so hungry right now.
All right, well, time for DoorDash.
Darn it. Can't believe it's come to this.
It has come to this again. If you don't like streams very often, at least hit the like button on this one for our sleep schedules and Joel's stomach.
Yeah. MSC After Dark, absolutely. No one else does this in the state of Michigan. We're the only ones, so dedicated to our craft, I guess you could say.
You can say the exact same thing in Indiana too. There's nobody who does this in Indiana, and we do it as well.
Mm-hmm.
I know we got Caleb. Caleb is not currently live with us, but he is behind the scenes on his other software we have for Indiana, and he's ready to go live in the event of anything severe for them down further south. So we are in dual state ops. A couple other reports coming in here of. Never mind. I'm looking at rain reports, not hail. Disregard.
Doesn't everything break loose when I eat during potential severe weather? Technically, yes. But
We're just going to ignore that for tonight.
I'm starving.
Pop out chat here and answer some questions. Joel, if you want to order, if you need information on the card, let me know.
Okay. Sounds good.
Let's pop out the chat here and see what you guys are conversing about. We're going to leave it radar right here on a zoomed out look. Who we got in chat tonight? We got, it says 700 of you guys watching currently. Hold on, is that right? Is there really 800 people watching on YouTube alone right now? That's crazy. You got Jamie. Where is the Indiana page? It is called Indiana Weather Online. We also have a second page called Indiana Storm Chasing Network. Either one of the pages will be live in the event of severe. We are going to be transitioning over to Indiana Weather Online. So if you're going to follow one, I would highly suggest popping over and giving that one a follow. Killjoy says DoorDash to the rescue. Yeah, Joel, let us know. Let's take a poll. What is Joel going to order at midnight here in Mount Pleasant? I'm not even sure what's open or what's around. I think last time he got rallies.
It's Taco Bell, Rallies, and McDonald's.
Drop your guesses in chat. We'll see what he orders. Don't tell us, Joel. My dad's in chat here. Thanks, Dad, for letting me know. We have a couple Taco Bell guesses. We have Rallies, Taco Bell, Taco Bell, Taco Bell, Taco Bell. I think Taco Bell is the easy winner so far. Carrie says, so thankful for you guys. And we're thankful. I can't talk. We are thankful for you as well. We would not be able to do this without you guys. What's going on? Just jumped in. Right now, no severe warnings in the state. We have one special weather statement here for Gaylord, Elmira, and Vanderbilt areas as a stronger storm with potential pea-size to dime-size hail moves to the northeast. Outside of that cell, we do have scattered storms across northern lower. We also have new cells popping up further south here toward the North Grand Rapids metro. These are not severe at this current time. We also have storms that have popped back down by Chicago, although this expectation for these would be to die off over the lake before they reach Michigan. So we're kind of hanging out. We could pop out. We may pop out if this continues to go no severe over the next hour or two. But we'll be live here. We don't want to keep popping off, hopping back on, just keep doing that, So we just stay on and we hang out with you guys and we answer questions and we be ourselves. So right now, nothing major is going on. So feel free to kick back and relax and enjoy. And why am I solo, Joel? Come on, man.
I'm ordering food. It's kind of disrespectful if I'm just looking down, right?
I'm looking down, posting updates and reading messages and emails every stream. So
Fair enough.
I think the easy winner in chat here is actually it's a close tie. We're gonna do a poll on Facebook. I'll set up a poll here because there's so many rallies and Taco Bells. I don't see much McDonald's though.
You mean poll on YouTube?
Yeah, sorry, poll on YouTube. I tried to spell rallies RALL''Y. I am tired, y'all.
You see the super chat here from Relaxed Gamer. Are the storms in Indiana expected to go severe once they cross state lines? If you want to answer that.
I will get to that in just a second. I'm trying to make my hands type, and they're not typing. There we go. Chat, the poll's up. Are the storms in Indiana expected to go severe once they cross state lines? The answer, we zoom back out and go all the way down here to what just happened with that? Indiana. These are moving to the east-northeast towards my house. The answer, looking at the mesoanalysis or data that gives us a profile of the atmosphere in real time, I don't foresee these going severe at this point. I'm not going to rule out completely, but I do think that the risk is quite low with these storms. We could see perhaps some statements for 40-mile-per-hour winds and dime-size hail, but I don't really see these growing into severe storms at this time. The capping inversion is actually stronger across northern Indiana. So if anything does go severe, it'll be for hail. Get caught back up here in chat. And once Joel gets done ordering food, I'll pop out and grab some myself. I can go make some here quick. The poll is 50% Taco Bell, 36% Rallies, and 14% McDonald's. Kendra says a lot of lightning in Ionia counties. And yes, Ionia County? You're probably seeing lightning off to your west and north. Ionia County currently does not have any storms, but you do have storms in Kent, as well as Muskegon, Ottawa, and Newaygo County. I will pop out our Skycam in Ionia. Let me load that in here real quick. If there's lightning in Ionia County, we should be able to see it here on the Old Stone Farm cam. Oh yeah, check it out. You can actually see lightning. Let me switch this over here for you guys. Incoming switch. There we go. Let's see how well this shows up. Yeah, perfect.
Oh, wow. Yeah, there you go.
So yeah, this is Ionia County looking west. You can easily see that lightning there. There's nothing happening directly in Ionia County. It's a good ways away. Is that actually... Oh! I learned something new. I can just toggle back and forth. Cool. So yeah, if you look closely here, we actually have the camera on our map marked. That's where the camera is. And those storms to the camera are approximately 30 or so miles away. Pretty cool. These storms up here in the Gaylord area, my radar is not updated. I am stuck at a 10-minute old scan. Is that a Gaylord radar or is that a Radar Omega problem?
My latest scan is 12:03. It's over Gaylord
Mine is
right now.
Yep. So Vanderbilt, you're up next. Again, this is going to be a statement in blue for half-inch hail and gusts up to 30. There you go. There's your new scan, 1208 scan. So 1 minute old. And that's going to be moving into Vanderbilt right now. We have access to a camera in Wolverine, but it's currently down. So unfortunately, we can't pull that up, but we'll have to see if anything comes of that probably tomorrow. Nothing severe out there currently. I'm going to go ahead and minimize this and take back the Ionia camera and just kind of watch that for a little bit. Man, these cameras came in handy today, Joel. We had numerous views of storms on Charlotte cam, on Ionia camera. We also had numerous rounds go over the Burton camera today too, so these are coming in handy. Braden asks, do we have any instability left at this point? These storms are running on fumes. And the answer is in the upper levels of the atmosphere, we have enough to support hail as well as a lot of lightning. On the surface, yes, it is becoming less and less in the way of instability. Looking at the latest mesoanalysis here, as of 10 minutes ago, we have several hundred joules of surface instability still. If I had to draw it on the map here, I'll go ahead and bring that back up for you guys here. If we drew it on the map, actually, can I just do this instead? Hold on. Does this work? It does. Wow. I just figured out something new here. This is where the instability currently is on the surface. But in red there, that red outline is about 500 joules or so. But if you notice in blue, that's your capping inversion. And that is negative 100 to negative 200. That is a fairly strong cap in place. That should limit our risk to a hail risk. So that is what we're kind of keeping an eye on behind the scenes here. So the answer is we do have juice on the surface, Cape, yes, but we are still capped. We do have a special marine warning in effect for the Chicago area. Wind gusts of 34 knots or greater and large hail. That cell's developing quite nicely, but this should die out over the lake or fairly close to the lake. I believe Drew is with Jaden at South Haven, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, there they are. There's Drew, there's Jaden. So they're going to be on the lake. They'll probably keep an eye on that as it crosses. We'll see if we have a view on that in the future. And I'm going to go back to the Ionia camera because I like watching lightning. Janelle says, webcams rule. I agree. It was told Joel earlier, we were watching the storm go over the Burton area, and I told him that even just there's no severe going on, but I'm glued to just watching these things. They're just so fun to watch. I guess it's obsession, but they're very useful for us. And as always, thank you to the Old Stone Porch for sponsoring this weather camera. They're based out of Ionia, and they provide barn-style weddings. So if you guys need a wedding venue that is outdoor-based and barn-based, feel free to contact the Old Stone Porch.
It's a very popular location in Ionia County. I know they get reservation booked up pretty quick. So, good place to go have a wedding. Ryan, check your text.
Well, if I could find it.
It's okay.
If you don't have that saved, I'm going to scream.
It's saved. We're good.
Perfect. Perfect. Travis says Ryan is getting storms. Am I? If those cells in Indiana hold together, they'll come up my way. But as of right now, no, I am not getting storms.
Okay, the order is in.
All right, poll is ending. Ooh, it got a little bit closer. But not close overall because there's more votes for McDonald's now. Final poll is Taco Bell the winner at 47%, followed by Rallies at 33%, McDonald's at 18%.
Do I get to reveal what was the answer?
All right, and the reveal is, what'd you order, Joel?
I got Rallies again.
33% in the majority tonight.
Yep. Still a decent hail core on this storm up here. I'm surprised it's not warned.
Which one? The Gaylord cell?
Yeah. That's borderline severe right there. I mean, there's still a over 1 inch hail placard on that. CC seems to be picking up on that. VIL picks up on that. KDP not so much, but at least 1 inch hail probably falling there. So Wolverine heads up your way in the next probably 8 to 12 minutes. Kind of a random question here. Did the May 7th Portage tornado have any significant hail with it? I do remember on that day that there was one 1.75 inch hail report. I'm not sure if that was on that same storm, but there was some large hail that day.
The one to the south, the one that impacted Colin, Sherwood, Centerville areas, that one had very large hail. I think it actually exceeded 2 inches in diameter at some point. In fact, I believe there's a web page I can pull up real quick. For the Portage one directly, I don't believe there is any large hail.
That must have been the Colin tornado.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right here. So Yeah, there is very large hail on the Colin Sherwood, 3-inch diameter hail at that.
Wow.
In fact, if you want to take my video link back, I'll flop it in here right now. This is courtesy of the Weather Service out of Northern Indiana. This is a picture report from that storm. This is all on their webpage here under summary. Very, very large hail out of that storm. That was near Ashley, Indiana. This one's near Leonidas. This is near Kendallville. That one is, I'm not sure. Michigan City. And that is all I see there for those. So, quite some large hail there.
I will say, pull my cam back here. I don't know if you mentioned this, but the special marine warning in effect now for portions of southern Lake Michigan. They are tracking severe thunderstorms over the marine waters now for hail greater than 0.75 inches, not lower than 0.75 inches. So it's going to be this cell right here, offshore of Evanston. So this would be heading up on a trajectory towards south of Holland, it looks like. So Allegan County, it looks like it's heading towards you guys there. So we'll keep an eye on this as these storms roll towards West Michigan. Again, we do have some thunderstorms popping up on the north side of Grand Rapids right now, northern Kent County, southern Newaygo, and even western Montcalm County. So,
I am going to go get some food now.
okay.
If you're good to go.
Yep.
Perfect.
My DoorDasher is getting my food right now, so.
At least you have a dasher in your town at 12:20 in the morning.
Yes.
Where I'm from, we don't have that. I'll be back.
Okay. Go back to the top corner there. Large hail potentially moving up towards Fisherman Road, or on Fisherman Road. I-37 Road is the name of the road there in Glen Road. East-west road out of Wolverine called Webb Road. Next up in the next 2 minutes. And Wolverine itself in the next minute to a minute and a half. So that's the main cell that we're looking at right now that is borderline severe. Looking elsewhere across northern Michigan right now. We have a cell going up the Grand Traverse Bay, heading towards Central Lake, traveling right up US 31 right now as well, north of Elk Rapids. Let's go to VIL just to kind of see where our hail cores are kind of focused in on here right now. So yeah, right over the bay. A couple isolated cells across Ogemaw and eastern Roscommon County at the current time. And then we have a tiny little cell entering southern Alcona County at the current time as well. Cell just passed through Alpena a short while ago. Likely got some pea-sized hail there. If you're watching from Alpena, this is heading into Rockport as we speak, and we'll just breeze by Presque Isle itself. Rogers City, a couple cells up there right now that are not producing any hail. Just some thunderstorms ongoing. Nothing too much to write home about. But yeah, that's your update for northern Michigan. That cell that was offshore of Harrisville has moved further onto Lake Huron and continues its path towards Ontario. Temperatures still widespread in the upper 60s to low 70s across west Michigan, southern Michigan, southeast Michigan this evening. So that goes to show you there's still some instability out there that could be used. But at the current time, we're expecting the majority of these storms to stay sub-severe as we move into the overnight hours. Yeah, we're talking about Portage from May 7th of last year. Quick shameless plug, if you know anybody that would like to stay up part of the MSC late night crew here, watch these storms roll in, feel free. Chat is open for everyone. Again, make sure that you subscribe on YouTube. If you do want to participate in chat, of course, again, subscribing on YouTube is free to do. You could also have a chance at getting a gifted membership if you do subscribe on YouTube. So plenty of benefits from becoming a subscriber on YouTube. But again, share the stream with anyone that you may know that also may be impacted by these thunderstorms that roll in along the cold front here in southwest Michigan eventually, heading over into southern and southeast Michigan later this morning. So again, we're here to hang out with you guys as these storms are not severe right now. One that is strong, 0 that is severe, and a bunch of thunderstorms that are producing a lot of clouded ground lightning out there across the state this evening. Heat lightning, question mark. Heat lightning is not a thing. Good question asked there. Heat lightning is not technically a thing. What you're actually seeing is lightning in the distance. Again, with it being so dark out at night, light travels a lot further, and so you're more likely to see thunderstorms that are halfway or completely the entire side of the. Can't even speak. English is becoming hard right now. On the entire other side of the state from you. So keep that in mind. It's not heat lightning. It's just distant lightning. Sorry to ruin any of those who believed in the myth, I guess you could say. Radar Omega is pretty good. I personally like Radar Scope on my phone because it's a one-time payment of $9.99. And the tier 1 is not bad either. If you like the duo pane, you like to add the lightning and 30 frames per loop. Well worth the extra $9.99 per year. I don't have Radar Omega, but Ryan can attest more to that if he wants to when he comes back. So they're both good, Radar Scope and Radar Omega. You can't go wrong with either. Again, it shows raw data. A lot of those free weather apps, they're fine, but they show smothered data. So you can see right now, if I zoom in really close here, each radar, every pixel here is raw radar data. That's actual rain falling at that location right underneath that pixel. A lot of the free apps like to smooth it out so it looks more like this. And it's kind of a somewhat false representation of what's actually falling at that location. It just makes it look prettier. But we use the raw data because it's actually what's happening at that location. So if there's one tiny pixel that's worth mentioning, it's a lot better to look at. Doing some behind the scenes work right now. Tried WeatherWise. I do not have WeatherWise. I use GR2. I paid for all of my weather apps. GR2 is going to be by far the best PC weather app that you can probably get. But I know WeatherWise is okay. The dings in the background are it's actually Facebook dinging at me. So those are not weather alerts.
Ding.
I hear Ryan, but I don't see Ryan.
Ding. I will say ding to one thing. There's a new special weather statement finally in effect
for Sheboygan and Prescott Eel counties, heading in towards Onaway and Huron Beach. This is for half-inch size hail only, in effect until 1 a.m. And these storms are moving out to the northeast at 55 miles per hour, so it's sub-severe, but still hail nonetheless. So if you're living in Onaway, Huron Beach, or if you know anyone that's living up there, spread the word. Hail heading that direction. You can see, based on this nice little pink core on radar, heading straight up Centerline Road right now, about to cross over Tucker Road and some of the other trails out in this area, such as Huckleberry Hollow. And there's a lot of unnamed roads out here. Walters Road.
I like how my camera's split between half green screen because the wall behind me is green, and then half not green screen.
Gotta change your camera angle.
I'm gonna have to repaint my wall at this point.
Yeah.
Joel, out of curiosity, if we don't have a warning for the next like 2 hours, what are you thinking in terms of stream?
It's a good question. Because we're kind of at that point where we're having cold front interaction with western Michigan, so I don't know. We might just have to rely on chat to entertain us while there's nothing happening. But right now there is that special weather statement out there. So
Hey, Ryan, Joel, just giving you guys an update here. I'm in
In
South
1 mile, at the
Haven right now.
roundabout, take the second exit.
I'm in South Haven right now, heading north, planning to head towards Holland, watching those cells over Lake Michigan.
thank you, Drew, for that update. We'll be on standby. If you have any cam views for us, let us know. You assume we're entertaining. Of course, chat's always entertaining, especially when we get into late night. Tell us more about the dirty and dusty rain. So that was, essentially we have a strong mid-level jet that affected a lot of area from the southwestern portion of the United States. A lot of dust that's been getting kicked up from those areas in the United States, and that basically just got caught up in the jet stream and then precipitated down as the cap kind of broke throughout the day today. Although a lot of that kind of fell as elevated rain anyways. So yeah, I'm not dancing tonight, most likely. We are still pretty far ways away from 45K here on YouTube. For those who don't know, once we hit 45,000 subscribers on YouTube, that is when we hit another milestone and I get to dance for you guys. So my DoorDasher is about to arrive, so I'm going to have to go get my food here in just a second. Ryan, I'm going to go do that right now. I'll be right back, guys.
Okay. You can't see me, but you can hear me. Isn't it Ryan's turn to dance? No. I am a pud. I do not dance. Yes, Ryan should dance. You are never going to see me dance. Not going to happen. Any other severe weather on the horizon? What's May looking like? Not immediately. next couple of days, but I do think the potential is there throughout the last half of April here, as well as the first half of May. It's a very active pattern. I do think we're going to have numerous chances for more severe weather throughout the next 20 days or so. Thank you, JH. Appreciate that. How fast are the storms moving over the lake? I cannot switch the screen, unfortunately. Joel has control of the stream scenes tonight, but I can tell you they're moving pretty quick off to the northeast, probably around 50 to 55 miles per hour. There is a new marine warning in effect here up to the Grand Rapids area. It may pop on Joel's screen there. See if a blue box pops up there on the lake. You can kind of see it down by our logo, a little bit of a green triangle. Another one will pop up above that. That marine warning is for pea-sized hail and winds greater than 34 knots. So they did downgrade. There it is on your screen there. They did downgrade that from large hail now down to pea-sized hail. So it is weakening as expected over the lake. Alexis says it's crazy in Ravenna right now. Again, I can't take control of the... Oh, Joel's back. Hi, Joel. I would have to assume Ravenna is probably in dead center of one of those cells by Muskegon, that general area. A lot of lightning, and I will say this as well. The lightning and thunder tonight, because there's an inversion or the cap above our heads, lightning is going to sound louder tonight because of that cap. So it's kind of being like, I guess you can say, reverbed off that cap. It kind of amplifies the sound because it hits that cap, and then it doesn't go up. It kind of expands outwards. So that's why lightning and thunder can be louder than usual.
Big sad I don't have a straw. I'll be back.
I love Weatherwise weather app. I've heard a lot about that. I haven't used it yet though, but I did hear it's an upcoming app there. Velocity, so is it reds to greens or greens to reds? So reds are going away from the radar site that you choose. Greens are going toward the radar site. It's important to learn and I guess figure out exactly. For example, if you're in the Grand Rapids area, and you're watching a storm come off Lake Michigan, if it has greens, that means it's moving toward the radar. Now, if you're looking at the exact same radar, but the storms are in Ionia County, it'll be red moving away from the radar. So it kind of depends on where you're at, according to the radar. But yes, when greens and reds come together, it typically means there's rotation involved.
Sorry, I realized my camera was on my radar, not yours, when I was gone.
It's all good.
Did you go over that special marine warning that just got issued? Guess Ryan disappeared again. Special marine warning.
I'm here.
Okay.
Sorry.
I didn't know. Did you cover the special marine warning?
I had to go back all the way that far. Yes, I did.
Okay. The new one.
Yes, I did. It's pea-sized hail and winds greater than 34 knots.
Sweet.
I've been sitting here talking like...
You're good.
I was talking to Jamie here in chat, says, yeah, guys, not sure if this warrants an all-nighter. Maybe not for you, Jamie, but for Joel and I, this is our job. We will be up all night regardless. tracking these storms. Whether we're live or not, we'll have to decide that here, perhaps in the future. But as of right now, we're going to be live for a while. When I got my food a little bit earlier, I put a fan in here, hoping to get it cooled down, but that fan is not doing anything. Is that fan audible to you guys? I don't think it is, actually, looking at the mixer.
Not much update on other than that special weather statemented storm is now through Onaway. Huron Beach within the next 5 to 8 minutes. Rogers City could clip you guys there in central Presque Isle County. So keep that in mind. All in that special weather statement. It looks like it's going to be just bypassing Sheboygan. Oh, you do have another cell popping up down here in Antrim County, head towards Sheboygan later. Still watching a couple training cells with light hail possible across Iosco County. Leaving Ogemaw and heading into Alcona County here at the current time. Again, heading towards Harrisville, which has already seen hail just down the road from it. Showers starting to extend down the line towards Gladwin, Standish here in Gladwin County and Aranet County. And then here in Mount Pleasant, where I'm located, these storms are heading towards me, Isabella County, moving through Mecosta County right now and portions of northern Montcalm County. These storms are moving pretty quick. Another comment here about the dusty rain. That again was from warm air advection that came all the way from portions of the southern United States. Very dusty down there right now. Gets caught up in the jet stream and falls with the precipitation. A lot of those dust particles latch onto our liquid stated particles as they fall. So simple as that. The warm air has traveled a long ways to get to Michigan, as obviously it got up to 80 degrees a day in some spots. Unfortunately, do not have my cam set up for outside of my apartment. No problem, Bethany.
I just turned a fan on, so if I have any excess wind noise, please let me know.
Main hazard tonight is going to be the hail followed by the wind. We're not really expecting anything in terms of tornadoes at this point. Instability is really starting to taper off. And a lot of our shear vectors are very parallel, so tornado risk, as mentioned earlier, low but not zero. The food is good. Yeah, if you do like hanging out with us here in chat, you can hang out with us behind the scenes in our Discord server. It is a separate app that we have a bunch of channels for that have different topics. So we talk about today's weather, upcoming weather, all the likes, sometimes off-topic stuff as well. So basically just like a community forum. If that's something you're interested in, Discord is there for you guys. It's just posted on our page, discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chasers. And it's another way you can also upload damage reports in the event. You do have some hail or some damaging winds come through your area. So, nice, useful tool if you are a fan of other social media sites.
We may have a couple views here on our cameras, Joel, soon on Ionia again and also Charlotte.
Okay.
Not now, but soon.
Mm-hmm. That's another thing about our Discord servers. We do have that weather anxiety channel. So if you are someone who struggles with weather anxiety, we do have a specific channel for you guys there that you can join and talk in. So make sure when you do join the Discord server that you make sure to select yes on your option for weather anxiety. Boxes on your screen right now are special marine warnings. They're basically the equivalent of a severe thunderstorm warning over the waters. And that is right now for only large hail. Within this cell, it's heading towards Holland, Zeeland, Fenville, Saugatuck, Douglas. They're in northern Allegan County, extreme southern Ottawa County. We also have some other training cells back here over the waters just offshore of Evanston, Illinois, offshore of Chicago as well. So we'll have to watch those as well as they come on shore later this morning. Switch it back up. I'll stay on northern Michigan radar. If you want to stay on southern Michigan, you can switch it back and forth. Unless you want to take one of the cams.
I'll pull up cams and I'll keep an eye on radar too. I can do that. I got 4 screens here.
How you guys remember all these counties? Is it a map or just really good memory? It's a little bit of a mix of both. If you look closely, you can see the county names are actually labeled on here. So Kalkaska is right in the center. I know a lot of the ones up north. I'm not as familiar with up north. Up until I will say the ice storm that really helped out with getting some of the counties down up here. So living in West Michigan my entire life, I know pretty much everything around West Michigan and Eastern Michigan. So kind of came with territory. I also have a geography degree, so I was very into like Michigan geography, for example, growing up. So I've always known over 75 to 80% of the counties just based on location in the state. If you gave me a blank map, I guess you could say. But given Michigan is, I think is the top state.
What's up, guys? Just want to give you another update here. So right now I'm planning to head towards New Holland, so not downtown Holland itself, but New Holland. Get a nice open view of these cells as they're kind of coming in. I will say, been noticing a rapid increase in lightning activity with these cells, but that's about it as of now. Like I said, I'm on Interstate 196, and I'm planning to be just outside of Holland, Michigan, in a nice open field just to see what these cells are going to be doing. So,
thank you for the update. As I was saying, though, Michigan has a lot of square counties, so they're very hard to kind of keep together. So I would get it if you are also in a little bit of state of confusion when it comes to figuring out where they are. Best case scenario is always know the one that you live in and the ones that you're surrounded by, so you know if there is something heading your way, the county ahead of you has it before it gets to you. So, yeah.
If you take my video, it should be on the cameras now. Perfect.
Yep. Oop, I got thunder here in Mount Pleasant. Wind's whipping that flag around a little bit too.
Yep. I'm going to try and fix something here real quick. Can you see the Charlotte Fire Department on this and the date and stuff, or is the ticker on top? I think the ticker on top is drowning it out. Where's my mouse at? There it is.
Let me turn.
Yeah,
it off.
it's literally just behind the ticker. Give me a second. I can fix this. No, take me off the screen.
Okay.
Thank you.
Open my window so you can hear some of the thunder. Oh, and I got to see.
Try and take me back and see if it works. I gotta go down further.
Just a little bit.
Shoot.
Rogers City, Huron Beach, that storm producing borderline severe hail now impacting you right now as we speak. Shelter indoors, away from windows at the current time. Otherwise, elsewhere right now, nothing really strong ongoing. Perhaps some small hail heading towards Harrisonville still. Harrisville as well. Clearing out very quickly here across portions of the western portions of the state. That cold front definitely swooping in. You can see temperatures have dropped rather quickly down into the low 40s now across the Manistee, Ludington region along US 45, even 41 up there near Beulah, 44 in Traverse City. So cooling off pretty quick behind this cold front, as it says in the name. So tomorrow will be a bit of a rebound back to colder temperatures, but it won't stick around for too long, as the pattern overall generally coming up is rather warm. Away from windows after Joel just opened his window. All right, well, here's the thing. I'm sitting away from it, and there's no hail coming from me right now, so I'm good. I appreciate the concern, though.
Try it one more time, Joel. There we go. Perfect. I believe the other two are just fine. Yeah. Perfect.
Oh! There was a bolt across the sky half a mile outside my apartment. That was very cool. I love a good nighttime thunderstorm. It's not severe. I'm sure there's people in chat here that kind of agree. The vibes of an overnight thunderstorm, kind of like ASMR to kind of fall asleep to. I know some people do have anxiety with any sort of thunderstorms, but from a personal standpoint, just listening to the thunder roll across at night and the rain dripping on the eaves troughs here, kind of a relaxing vibe in my opinion. So Ryan could probably attest to that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I always like the sound of rain and storms for some ambiance, but I know it does freak some people out. So I guess it's just your preference.
Mm-hmm. Cold water is still before the cold front, so we're still watching cold water for now. The cold front is along this line of showers, so if you're on the west side of these showers right now, you're behind the cold front, essentially. So this is basically the last grasp of today. So if you're living up there in Mason, Oceana Lake, Osceola County, you're officially behind the cold front now and are in all clear for the night. Thank you, Alex, for boosting our Discord server. I see that comment in here. I'll make sure to thank you again once I get on Discord after the stream is over with. So thank you. Rockford, you still got about 20 minutes, I think. Again, I have it zoomed out so you guys can see where you're at on the map. On the county-based map here. So this is the line. This is the cold front right here. Up and down. Big Rapids kind of behind that. White Cloud behind that. White Hall behind that as well. But if you're still out in front of it, the cold front's still got to get through. And we'll be watching these storms as they do progress off to the east. Atmosphere is becoming a little oversaturated out there, so showers are kind of popping up almost everywhere right now ahead of the cold front.
Sounds like Ben's getting on here. If you want to check his stream occasionally.
Okay. Not live yet.
We're going to have the Kalamazoo camera here facing north, but it's going to be impacted by these storms.
Yeah, this line is going to be pretty much only general thunderstorm. Not really much in the way of severe. Good lightning show.
Yeah, still got some distant lighting on the Iona camera here too. I don't see it on Charlotte just yet, but we will here momentarily as this does push up that direction. Very good lightning on the Iona camera now, picking up intensity. This is facing west.
That's a light show outside my apartment right now. Can you hear that thunder?
I can't know. I also have a fan going on too. So
Gotcha. For those who are wondering about the cap, it definitely struggled to break today. It was very weak at sometimes, but it didn't fully break. So, it was good news. Kept the severe to a minimal. Jack
not
and-
seeing much to write home about with these cells on the cold front.
I see Jack here in chat saying, I got another storm. This is number 6 of the day for me. That's crazy.
Must be somewhere in the Kent, Ottawa, Muskegon County area, if I had to guess.
Yeah. I know I'm on at least, I think, number 3 here.
Send some of that my way, please.
Oh, it's gusting.
Is Battle Creek getting anything tonight? The answer is storms, probably the next half hour or so for you. Severe weather at this point, I would say, is unlikely. Not gonna roll a couple warnings out across lower Michigan here, but as of right now, these storms are behaving. Waiting for the next meso update here in about 10 minutes. That should tell us a lot more of what the cap is doing.
I had to roll up my windows too just now. I forgot I had left one of them open. Apartment windows are a lot different than car windows, though. So, I see someone forgot to change theirs here in chat. So, rest in peace. But it sounds like he got it.
For the most part, northern lower is clearing out. We had a couple storms over by Greenbush, Wilbur area. We got one over Rose City. We got one north of Gaylord near Wolverine. But otherwise, that's it. There's not much happening up there anymore. Take Ben's stream. Come on, man.
Tried refreshing, no dice.
Said 1 minute ago, popping in now, so.
Ben will be down probably St. Joseph County, right?
Right now.
Nothing. Nice swath of heavy rain moving into Kent County here shortly. Northern Kent County has been getting hit so far, but the rest will be coming to Southern Kent County here in the next 15 minutes, including downtown Grand Rapids. Looks like that hail risk is starting to go away a little bit out there. This is kind of turning into just a generic line of showers and thunderstorms at this current time, so pretty much about to write off the severe weather threat for the remainder of the night here. But we'll
I'm gonna drive into the storm here, so take me now.
Joel, try taking my video again.
We're good.
Okay, there we go.
Just outside of this cell right now. Yep, here we go. Here it comes. Here comes the rain.
Problem is, I think Drew's audio is going to be doubled. Let me know if you guys hear an echo.
Got some pretty gusty winds right now. Not severe winds, but pretty gusty winds.
Drew is in central Ottawa County right now.
I believe the core is just to my north. I'm on Fort Sheldon Street right now. This is like my backyard, so I generally know where I'm going at, but I believe the heaviest rain is just to my north. You kind of see that shaft on the left side right there.
Cannot hear Drew at all. Super quiet on stream.
We got winds coming from the south, so I believe it's kind of, yeah, we got winds from the south going into the storm here.
That update sounds good.
This is in West Michigan, for those who are just tuning in. Ottawa County, so just to the west of Grand Rapids. No severe thunderstorm warnings out there right now, or special weather statements. I believe the one up in the northern portion of the Lower Peninsula has expired. So we are just riding along with Storm Chaser Drew Brummel right now in Ottawa County. So you track some very heavy downpours, some frequent cloud-to-ground lightning, and perhaps some small hail mixing in as it heads towards Grand Rapids. But right now I think it's just going to be more of that lightning and downpour threat. I think we froze there. Just looking back at the radar across West Michigan. Yeah, storms up here moving through Isabella County right now, heading up into Gladwin and Midland County, extending along that cold front down into Montcalm, northern Kent, eastern Ottawa, and then offshore into Lake Michigan, where you have that special marine warning in effect. You also have a couple isolated cells in Kalamazoo County right now, extending southward into Cass and St. Joseph counties. Again, none of these storms are severe, but they are along the cold front, so we're watching them closely just in case something does happen to form. But at the current time, we're pretty much expecting these storms to stay sub-severe. We're basically just hanging out with you guys, making sure, for safekeeping purposes, that nothing happens. Correct. Newaygo County is in the clear.
Very intense lightning on the Kalamazoo camera.
You want me to pull it up for you?
I lose on my screen if you want to pull it up.
Drew's chasing in Ottawa County because that is his hometown area. And we're not expecting too much in the way of severe weather for the remainder of the night. We are just staying live just in case a rogue storm does decide to go severe. So we'll be hanging out for a couple hours probably as needed as these storms roll across the state. So feel free to hang out with us. Share the stream with your friends and family who might also be up late tonight, part of the late night crew.
Check Ben's stream now.
We got it. We got Disco Cat. We lost Drew. There we go. There's Ben.
Hi, everybody.
Listen to those spring peepers.
Oh, got some good lightning happening here. Just past 1. Rain's starting to fall, you can hear that too.
Nice peaceful ambiance.
Oh! Hopefully you guys have audio. Let me know if you don't. Oh. Send any message you can hear me, Ryan. Or Joel. Whoa. Hey, I hear you. Okay. Well, up here, as you
I'm
can
gonna
tell.
have a view of the next cell here
Heavy.
shortly. That's by Holland, just
Haven't
outside
seen
of
any
Port
clouded
Hill,
ground strikes
Michigan.
yet,
I'm gonna have
but
a view of
they
that
are getting
cell here
brighter.
in just a minute or two.
Love the sound of the thunder. It's cutting out a bit, huh? Woo! Well, the storm's moving through. Whoa. Cloud to cloud strike up above, possibly. Looks like it's passed over. There.
No, I'm still here.
Okay.
We're just letting Ben's stream play out.
Whoa. That's a good one. can hear the frogs in the background too. They're enjoying this rain.
Nothing of concern on radar right now for those who are wondering for a radar update. Severe being very minimal.
Now it's really starting to come.
Currently all clear
Need
across
my
West Michigan.
lens here. That didn't help. Oh, here it comes. Now it's really raining.
And a couple showers, thunderstorms rolling through Kalamazoo County, Kent County, up here in Montcalm County, and heading into Gladwin in Midland County. Nothing severe at the current time.
Oh, wow! That's, yeah. You can see that one. Come down a little bit. Storm passed through Kalamazoo County. At least I think it's in eastern Kalamazoo County now. Moving into Cal. Nice calm thunderstorm. Ooh. Still packing some lightning, but
We have some technical difficulties on Ben's side here, so we'll take our cam back for just a second. Yeah.
Sounds like Ben is shutting his stuff down.
Got it. So as mentioned a couple minutes ago, All these storms right now are only packing a punch in terms of rain and cloud to ground lightning. Switching over to correlation coefficient, there is not a whole lot going on in terms of yellows and greens out there, which would be for non-uniform objects circulating in the atmosphere, aka hail. VIL products, widely scattered tiny hail cores, so perhaps at most pea-sized hail in some of these thunderstorms, but nothing severe. Severe limits for hail is 1 inch in diameter. We're not seeing that out there. Again, main hazard right now tonight along the cold front is cloud to ground lightning. This continues to flash very vividly, especially outside my apartment here where I'm located. And as these storms roll across to the east side of the state, you will get in on some of the action. Lansing area, Owasso, Flint, Howell, Brighton towards Pontiac eventually later tonight if these storms can maintain their strength and tap into some of that elevated instability out there, leading to some more cloud to ground lightning strikes as they cross the state. Updraft strength is pretty neutral right now. They're billowing up about as quick as they're billowing down, so they're kind of just existing in space out there. So not too robust. You can see some of those echo tops out there right now. The closer to the greens, the more likelihood those echo tops are above 30,000 feet. So storms are pretty towering right now, but overall most of them are below 30,000 feet, so, or right at 30,000.
The Charlotte cam is live with that approaching line of storms there. Watching that one as well as Ionia here close.
Let me know when I can take you back.
You're good. You can take me back. This is facing to the west-northwest, so any lightning you're going to see will be on the left side as I just say that on your screen. I also have the Ionia camera set up as storms approach that one as well. So we're going to have a couple views here of some storms.
Still nothing from Drew. Looks like it's probably pretty much over him at this point out there in Ottawa County. We do not currently have a cam in GR, but we are working on getting one. I'm putting out a post right now real quick on Facebook since we haven't had an update in a little bit, so I'm just going to put a general radar update.
the line of storms over Battle Creek currently. There are no severe storms out there, just for clarification. But watching some storms there over Battle Creek pushing towards Charlotte. The camera on your screen currently. Also up in the Grand Rapids Metro. All the way up through about Mount Pleasant, we have numerous showers and isolated thunderstorms throughout. None of them look strong or severe at this time. Let's go ahead and raise the quality on this to as high as we can. Here we go. Yep. And lightning and thunder, should I say, tonight is going to sound louder because we have that capping inversion. It is essentially a lid on the atmosphere, and it does act the same way that when thunder tries to expand, it can't expand throughout the atmosphere, so it kind of holds it down closer to the ground, and that's why thunder can sound louder sometimes. So if you ever wonder why thunder is sometimes louder in nature than other days, there's most likely a cap in place. Hey, Hannah, thanks for joining us. Right now, no, Battle Creek does not have any severe weather potential with that storm. If you're waking up to a lot of thunder and lightning and heavy rain, that's all it is. Maybe some small hail pea size at best, but no severe for you. So it'll be over pretty quickly for you. And after that passes, you should be.
Oh, we just lost Ryan. Oh no. He lost his connection completely there. Once this line passes, and to finish his thought, once this line passes, you'll be in the clear. This is a prefrontal though. The cold front is still back here a little bit.
The other is on the lower side of things, so we'll have to kind of track it and keep an eye on it as it moves across the state. So potential yes, but guarantee no.
He's back.
Who's back?
Elson, both their sources cut out for a second when you're in the middle of talking. What is the cap? The cap is like a lid on the atmosphere that prevents surface-based particles from reaching their full potential, essentially. We need air parcels that can gradually cool off with height, so go from a warm to a cool. If it goes from a warm to a level where the temperature stays the same, or perhaps the state gets a little bit warmer and then cooler, that is your capping inversion. Sorry, I'm looking at my window because there's lightning. I'm getting hit by another cell here, Ryan. And there's a lot more lightning that's very close by up here, so. Very loud out there tonight for sure.
I am not jealous at all. I'm jealous.
Yeah, you down there in southeast Michigan, you guys have pretty much missed out on everything all day. If we had no cap today, it likely would have been more of an all hazards threat. So we're glad the capping inversion stayed in place today because Atmosphere was not able to live up to its full potential with all 4 main
Got some
ingredients in
nice
place.
backside lightning if you guys want to see some.
We have you live.
Getting a lot of cloud to cloud lightning here. Got more storms off to the west here.
Sherilyn, welcome to the team as an EF0 member here on YouTube. Appreciate your support. Hope to see you sticking around.
Really fast moving clouds. I will note that you can see with the city light pollution, you can see the clouds and they are really moving.
I'm waiting for the infamous huge bolt on Drew's stream here. I know it's coming. Drew has a knack for getting good lightning shots for those who are unaware.
And thunder snow for that matter.
That too, yeah. We had that earlier this year. Loud rolling thunder now moving into Ionia, Montcalm County with these cells here leaving Grand Rapids and Kent County. Moving north of Lowell. Cells down here riding down 94 right now. About to cross 69 just south of Charlotte. Ryan, do you have your Charlotte cam up?
I can. My computer internet crashed. It closed out of everything essentially. So
Gotcha. Okay. Just let me know. Strong thunderstorms moving up towards Aranac County and Standish, Pinconning and Rhodes here in northern Bay County. Either way, anywhere, if you're within 100 miles of this line of storms tonight, both sides, you're going to see lightning from a distance. Again, that's not heat lightning, it's just distant lightning. lot of the clouds getting sheared off too, so you could see some strikes out in front of these storms. So if you do hear thunder, you are close enough to be struck. Make sure if you are outside and you start hearing thunder, take shelter immediately until the storms do pass. Rule of thumb, 30 minutes.
Our lot cam is live.
Yeah, it's rolling pretty much on top of them here in just a second. This is facing west, right?
Yeah, west-northwest.
Yeah, so a lot of that lightning is going to be on the left side there. Looks like the edge
Perfect
of
timing.
perhaps a shelf cloud or something. See the traffic lights, the trees, and the flagpole all there in the vicinity of the bottom of the camera, all whipping around pretty crazily. I would imagine the gust front is already passing through there. Any of these thunderstorms tonight likely to produce winds up to 30, maybe 35 miles per hour, perhaps even as high as 40. I know a lot of the special weather statements started getting issued at 30, but they usually reserve them for 40 miles per hour. Right now, no special weather statements in effect, but you do see those clouds racing across the top of your screen there. Some pretty good high quality. I'm assuming this is in the main operations, Ryan?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, that's pretty good quality. You can see the base of the clouds there starting to roll over. A little bit of scud kind of forming there too. Again, this is Charlotte, so just down the road from Lansing, and this cell is going to move just to the south of Lansing.
I'll hop on here one more time. Got last round of storms coming to my location here in the west side of the state.
All right, when you do that, make sure to let us know and we'll take you. Because we're looking at Charlotte right now.
Whoa.
That was insane. No, there's no tornado. This is just some scud moving through right now. Winds up to 30, 35. Again, tornado threat is not a hazard that we expect tonight at this current time. Too late in the evening, instability has gone away. Is there sound on this camera too, Ryan?
Yes. I'll have to reshare it though. 1 second.
That's fine.
Sound is on.
Yeah, it's coming
Yeah,
through.
it's coming
but
through.
If I have the monitor and output, it'll echo. So you guys should be able to be hearing that wind pretty hard right now on the screen. This is in Charlotte, down the road from Lansing.
We can try to flip over to the Ionia camera here as well. That's the wrong way. There we go. We have some storms approaching the Ionia camera here. We can try to flip over to the Ionia camera here as well. That's the wrong way. There we go. We have some storms approaching the Ionia camera here.
Ryan, you can go ahead and turn off the sound now. I'd realize that there's a huge echo every time you share your screen. So.
There should be no sound coming through it right now.
Okay. I muted your screen share anyway, just in case. Gas Reacts $2 super chat saying thank you MSC and mods. Peace out, Rainbow Trout. Thank you for tuning in tonight, Gas. Wow, look at that lightning. Brianna, if you do have just some lightning videos you'd like to share, we have a Michigan Storm community page. If you have a Facebook account, you can check that out. Otherwise, if you want to share with our Discord channel, that's always an option as well. So if you're looking for our community page on Facebook, it's called Michigan Storm Community. You can always put it in the comments underneath one of our posts as well. Otherwise, Discord's a better option there. I don't believe these storms are going to go severe anymore, Ryan.
Yeah, I was about to send a text there into the ops chat to see what you're thinking.
That way. I mean, this supercell composite's still pretty high. It's at a 4, but it's still heavily capped. It's a lot elevated. Plenty of effective shear out there right now. Yeah, it's heavily capped.
Getting pretty gusty here on the Charlotte cam.
Mm-hmm. Some of that rain's starting to filter in too.
Mm-hmm.
Line of showers now stretching from Holland. See if Drew is not live. Or is he? His things does not appear he's live. Okay. Currently, line of showers extending from Holland up through Grand Rapids. Kind of weak there in Grand Rapids as of right now. Stronger storms up there near Greenville, Stanton, Sheridan, heading towards Carson City. And extending up here into Mount Pleasant, over towards Midland, and up into excuse me, Tawas City and Standish. So that is your cold front right now. You also have some prefrontals here stretching from Centerville up towards Olivet and Charlotte, which is where Ryan's camera is currently located. We might cut it here soon. Still debating as of right now. Thank you for the report out of Grand Rapids, Trisha. Grand Rapids should be in the clear in the next probably 10 minutes. If we've been near tornadoes, yes, we have. Very surreal experience, for sure. Seeing the clouds spin that quick in real time instead of on a YouTube video is definitely kind of eerie, but also kind of cool at the same time. So I've only seen two tornadoes in my life, and they were both in Indiana on the same day. I was also close to the Lake George tornado last year up in Clare County. It was off to my left by about 1.5 miles, but I never saw it because it was rain-wrapped. Main hazards out there tonight. Speaking of tonight, still cloud to ground lightning. Do not want to be outside in any of these thunderstorms out there, so don't want to get struck. Otherwise, hail is still the main threat for anything that does go severe. Which right now, capped environment, instability quickly decreasing. We're down to about 500 joules of surface-based CAPE, which is below that 750 joules threshold that we usually use. So that's why we're considering dropping the live stream coverage for the night. Because again, we haven't had a severe warning in quite some time now, actually, and even a special weather statement. But again, we like to cover. We want to make sure you guys are staying safe, and if we have cams out there, we'll show you them as needed, just like the one we're showing right now in Charlotte, which looks like it's starting to wind down a little bit there, Ryan. It's a little gusty.
Yep. Yeah, I have to agree with you here, Joel. I think it's probably time to wrap this up. Looking at the trends, everything on the DBZ is going down too. I don't really see a reason to stay on here.
Yeah. Rain wrapped is, simply put, the storm is rain. The tornado itself is rain. It's wrapped in rain. Heat lightning, Quincy, Michigan. Again, that's going to be not a. So again, heat lightning is not a thing. It's a myth. It is just distant lightning. So. That was cool. Lightning on the stream flashed at the exact same time as lightning at my apartment. And given that's on the north side, that was on the north side of the camera, that could have been the same lightning strike there. But yeah, we're here debunking any weather myths as well. So, for example, heat lightning not being a thing is one of them. Because light travels further at night, you're more susceptible to see lightning from distant thunderstorms. Holy cow, that lit up the entire camera, Ryan. Yeah, thank you for tuning in, Olivia. If you guys have been watching for a while, haven't hit that like button yet, feel free to do that. Especially if you're on your way out, of course. Best way to support the page, as always.
Joel, we have sponsors to go through, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
Go ahead and give me the Guardian side banner. We can go ahead and start by saying a shout out to the Guardian Technologies team based out of Burton. They're the ones who provide and install all of the cameras that are going around the state of Michigan, including the one on your screen now here in Ionia County. We also are partnering with businesses. So if you own a business and you want to sponsor a camera through us and Guardian to put on your business, feel free to get in contact with us and we will get that set up for you. So we have Guardian. We also have many other sponsors as well. Joel, do you want to read some of these off, or I can do half, you do half? We have Cat's Roof.
Yeah, go ahead.
We have Cat's Roofing and Siding based out of Potterville. Again, numbers aren't going to be on the screen here, so if you want to go back and take a peek at their number, feel free to do that. We have Gull Lake Tree Pro based out of the Kalamazoo area. FBI Buildings for all your barn dominium needs across much of Lower Michigan. We have Henkel's Tree Service based out of St. Joseph County. On Top Roofing based in Livingston County. We have Floor Coverings International out of Michiana area.
And then Guardian again.
We also have Guardian, as we just mentioned. So, is that all?
We have two more that will be added in following the conclusion of this live stream that we just added. Schneider, which the numbers are also, as you can see, actually perfect timing on the top of your screen. Schneider Commercial Business Solutions, that number there is 888-722-7027, based out of Lansing, as well as Shield Public Adjusters, also out of Lansing. That number there on your screen, 517-249-5720. Again, those are the two newest members of our advertisers or sponsors here at MSC. And again, we can't do it here at MSC without our sponsors. What we do is not free. So thank you, sponsors, for supporting our operations at Michigan Storm Chasers.
We have way more than that, Joel. We got Storm Guard, we got Lifestyle, we got Pro Powder, we got...
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I started halfway down. My bad. Let me go back into there.
We got more than that. We got Storm Guard based
that was
out
pretty short.
We got Storm Guard based out of Oakland, Macomb, parts of Washtenaw and Livingston counties as well. We have Pro Powder, powder coating needs based out of South Haven. We got Mike Hayes Roofing and Siding based out of the Thumb, St. Clair, Sanilac counties. And then we got McKay Tree Specialist for Southeast Michigan tree needs. We got Lifestyle Exteriors based out of Lansing. And last but not least, Kuiper Tree Care based out of Grand Rapids. That concludes our sponsor shoutouts. It is just before 2 a.m. here on this beautiful Saturday morning, watching, and there's two of me on the screen. Oh, now there's this one. Watching storms on these weather cameras provided by Guardian, as well as just watching radar trends. And the trend I'm seeing is a weakening trend across the entire state. We're going from the red color to the yellow colors. There's just not much happening here. There's no reason for us to be on here for much longer because there's just not much to talk about. So, yes, you may get woken up by some thunder and lightning across parts of Lower Michigan. The odds are at this point probably a 95 to 99% chance these are not going to be severe. If they do become severe, it'd be for a brief time and most likely for hail. So at this point in time, I think we're going to pop out of here and we're going to stay up. We're going to watch it behind the scenes. If anything does happen to go severe, yes, we'll be back. But at this point in time, that is not going to be expected to be the case. So anything else you want to say before we pop out?
Just thank you guys all so much for your support, trusting us as your number one source here of all things severe weather in Michigan. We got lucky today in terms of the capping inversion. We got limited severe thunderstorm warnings. So for those who have been impacted out there today, you have some reports to send us. Again, feel free to send them to us via Discord or our Michigan Weather Reports group. And as always, make sure you're following us on all of our social media sites. or as many as you would like. YouTube, Facebook, X, Twitch, Instagram, you name it. We're also on TikTok as well. Who knows? Maybe I'll dance in the future. We'll see on there. But our TikTok username, along with a lot of our other usernames for any social media account that you look up, is going to be always MI Storm Chasers. Unless you're looking us up on Facebook, then it's Michigan Storm Chasers with the blue verification mark. That being said, Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzmo alongside Ryan. We will see you here next time at Michigan Storm Chasers on another live stream as we roll into perhaps an active summer ahead, but we'll see as the weeks roll on into the later portion of our spring and then eventually early summer. So take care, everybody. We'll catch you next time right here at Michigan Storm Chasers.